Hello everyone. Welcome to our class of Figma for learning UI UX design. So if you are planning to learn about it from the beginning, then you are in the right place because we will cover in this class from the basic to advanced. This is a beginner level class, so if you have no previous experience, then you can join this class. Let's take a look what you will learn from this class. Introduction to Figma, user interface, collaboration, design principles and best practices, mastering design elements, prototyping and interactive design, responsive design and component libraries, real-world projects and case studies. After completing this class, you will be able to do the knowledge or have the knowledge and confidence to leverage Figma effectively, create stunning designs, collaborate seamlessly, tackle real-world design challenges, and learn more about remote functionality. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class project. So what you learned, you will be able to participate in class projects, so you can do practice while you are learning. You will have supporting resources in this class, so if you are, it will be easier for you to learn. While learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So let's start Figma for learning UI UX design. Welcome to our course on Figma. This is going to be the introduction part of our course, where we are going to learn about Figma and what we are going to learn in this course. So let's start off with our introduction. We welcome you to using, or let's say UI UX using Figma. Now, what is Figma? Figma is a cloud-based design and prototyping tool used by designers, developers, and teams to create user interfaces, websites, mobile apps, and other digital products collaboratively. Launched in 2016, Figma has gained significant popularity due to its powerful features, ease of use, and real-time collaboration capabilities. Now, what we are going to learn in this interface and what is the features of Figma. Well, basically, it is browser-based. Figma operates entirely in the browser, making it platform-independent and easily accessible from any device with any internet connection. Vector editing. It offers robust vectors, editing tools, enabling users to create and manipulate shapes, icons, and illustrations. Prototyping. Figma allows the creation of interactive prototypes to simulate users' interactions and flows within a design. Components and libraries. Users can create reusable components and maintain design consistency using libraries across multiple projects. Collaboration. Real-time collaboration is a standout feature, allowing multiple users to work on the same file simultaneously, comment, and provide feedbacks. Version history. Figma keeps track of version history, allowing users to revert to previous versions of review changes made over time. Plugins. Figma provides or supports a wide range of plugins created by both the Figma team and the community, expanding its functionality for various designs or design needs. Now, what are the benefits of using Figma? Collaboration. Teams can work together seamlessly regardless of geographical locations, fostering real-time collaboration and feedback. Accessibility. Being browser-based, Figma offers accessibility and ability to work across different operating systems without software installation. But you also have that software version which you can download on your PC and use it. And we are obviously going to use our software version. Version control. The version history feature helps track changes and revert to earlier versions if needed, ensuring design integrity and prototyping capabilities. Designer can create interactive prototypes without switching between tools. Community and resources. Figma has a vibrant community where users share resources, plugins, and tips for better design workflows. Now, what are the use cases? UI UX design, which is mainly the main purpose of using Figma. Figma is widely used for creating user interface and user experience, which is UI and UX. Well, UI is user interface and UX is user experience. Designs for websites, apps, and more. Collaborative design. Teams working on design projects benefit greatly from Figma's collaborative features, enhancing productivity and efficiency. Prototyping. It's commonly used for creating interactive prototypes to test and validate design concept before development. Well, Figma has become a popular choice for designers and teams looking for a versatile, collaborative, and efficient design tool, streamlining the designing process from conception to prototyping. So let's open up Figma. We're also going to use two types of Figma, which is going to be our software version and also the website version, or let's say our web-based version. So let's start off with our web-based version of Figma. As you can see from my screen that I have opened up one of my web browser, which is Opera, but you can also open it up on Mozilla, Microsoft Edge, Chrome, and whichever website you want to use. So click on over here and search for Figma. Okay, I'm going to do is just click on Figma, or let's say figma.com. Now, when you click on figma.com, this will open up. What you're going to do is click on this Figma icon and it will open up over here, which is figma.com. Now, most of the time it appears on, let's say, an open screen where you have to sign up and all. But as I already have it signed up, you will see an interface like this. This is the same interface which will also open up on your website, or let's say on your software. Then you're going to do sign up, and then you will basically see this interface like this. If you don't have an account, what you're going to do is log in using your Google or maybe your Facebook, and also you can use whichever one there is to use it. Now let's go off to our software. Now you can see that I have opened up my software of Figma, which you can download from their website. You can see that this is the interface of Figma. Now you can see that there are a couple of things that you have in this Figma software, but you can see it is just the same as it shows on our web browser. So first thing, when you'll see that as this is browser based, you can see that there is this home tab, and you can also open up new files according, or let's say clicking on this plus icon. You can see all about your accounts from going over here, and you can also add accounts and log out. One thing you have to keep in mind is that make sure to use the latest version, and also make sure that you are connected to the internet so that you get full functionality and also use Figma according to your desire. Now you can see that I have teams and drafts. Now you also have this recent option and also search. If you want to search anything on your, let's say Figma, or if you worked on anything, just click on over here, search up that file, and you can open it up. In our recents, all the recent worked files will appear over on recents. As I don't have anything, you can see recently viewed. These are my recents basically, but these are not what I need. Okay, so in our teams, what happens is that when you are trying to collaborate with any of the users so that you can work simultaneously on a similar project, you just click on that option of your teams, and you can work on a specific file which you're working on, or let's say maintaining or working on UI UX. So now there is this view plans. If you want to upgrade your plans, you're just going to click on view plans and use whichever one you want according to your desire. This also has that functionality, or let's say extended functionality, if you are trying, or if you want to buy any plans or subscribe to any of the plans of Figma. You have favorite items. You can also favoritize any items if you want to. Now, how do you do that? You can see the star option when you click on any of these files. Click on that, and you will basically see, I'm going to press on one, press on next, and type in anything, just click on submit, and that will be in your favorite files. See, this is very simple. Now there is teams. As I don't have anyone working on a specific one, you can see there is nothing over here. But if you try to collaborate, you have to invite people so that they can work simultaneously on a simple, or let's say on a single project. You can also create your new team whenever you want and press on create team. Then you can add in team members. Just click on OK, or maybe let's just type in GHG, create team, and it will create a team, and then you have to put in the emails, and you can also add a couple more team members so that work on simultaneously. And you can press on continue, or let's say skip for now, and then you have to select whichever version you want to use. You see team wide. You can also select the starter package if you want to, and you will be able to select or work on your team project whenever you want. So after you're done with it, you also have this project invite and the person or people in your specific, let's say, the project you are working on. I'm going to click on home again, or let's say I'm going to go off to recent. Now you have this option of click FigJam, and also there is design file. You can upload, or let's say, first off, instead of upload, let's go off to a couple of templates which you have in Figma. You can search for any template you want to use. Let's say I'm going to do is brainstorm for new projects, Gantt chart to show project sequence, and organizing chart. But if you want to use anything, you can generate any of them. Let's say I'm going to use type in green, click on generate, and it will search up anything green for you. And there we go, we have it. You can see it is still trying to generate anything, and it will do anything for you, or let's say do something which you actually need. You can see shades of green, green nature, and green culture. So all about green has been made over here in this, FigJam. So what is this FigJam and design chart? Well, basically in your FigJam, you will be able to make and organizing charts or maintain the UI, okay? So, or let's say make UI and also make corresponding interfaces according to it. Now, as we are done with FigJam, now what is the design file? When you click on design file, it will open up a new file for you. Let's say I'm going to use, make sure to use GHG, which I'm trying to work on, and all the interface will open up from over here. Now let's go through a couple of tools which we have in this. Now there are this move tool where you will also find scale, which also have some shortcut keys, K for scale, V for move. And then we have is this canvas. Now, what type of canvas do you want? You just click on your left mouse key and make the canvas according to your desire, which is also a page where you are going to make your UI. Okay. So this is basically how it works. You can also make sections out of it. Specific section, you can see there's section 1 where you can put in specific elements inside of it. And then at the end, we have slice tool. You can also slice up specific places that you can segment it according to your need, but I don't need it. I'm going to remove it. Then I have this option of rectangle, line, arrow, ellipse, polygon, star, and place image. Well, if you want to apply any of these elements or shapes, click on any one of them and make the shape of your desire. Let's say I'm going to click on this, and you can see my rectangle has been made. Now there we have the pen tool or the pencil tool. If you want to add in something, you basically have this tool over here. I'm going to use press on Ctrl Z so that I can undo my process over here. And we also have the pencil tool, so you can draw anything or mark up anything according to your desire. Then we have this text tool. If you want to type in anything, just click on that and you will basically see this text tool does the work. Then we have this resources. If you want to add in components, plugins, and also widgets. So both of them are basically extensions, but if you want to add in components, click on browse library and you will basically have all your components if you have any components in your Figma. You can also download the components whenever you want. Then we have this drag and drop tool. You can drag through your interface or through this interface of Figma so that you can see or navigate through it. And then we have this comment one. You can apply comments on each and every element according to your need. I'm going to do is keep on or click on this, and there we go, we have it. Then we have this layers. How many layers you want to apply all appear over here. You can lock up layers and also make it visible and indivisible at the same time. You can also have the pages. Now I'm going to do is make another page. You can see frame 2. I'm going to do is click on it, and there we go, we have another frame. You can go through each frame whenever you want, and even if it's under there, what you can do is make frame 1 appear over at the top, so that you cannot select frame 3, or let's say the frame 3 elements will not appear over our frame 1. So now you know how this Figma interface works in your software, or let's say on your PC. And you can also name your project whenever you want. You can go through home over here, also make our work another file and design it. So it has a lot of functionality, you will see. Okay. Then we have our last thing which we have over here is the design and prototype. Now basically design and prototype is basically the properties and also formatting, or maybe let's say customizing stuff. Let's say I'm going to click on this option, or let's say I'm going to apply any object, and you'll basically see all the design options appear over here. Alignment, color, stroke, effects, and export, all of them are over here. You can also fix in whatever you want over here. You can apply in more sections if you want to, but as I don't want it, I'm going to press on delete, selecting on the specific one. And you can also export file color profile, duplicate, rename, go to project, move to project, favorite this file, and also delete it according to your need. And in the prototype, what happens is that it's basically linking specific objects. If you want to link both of them up, you have to link it up. Well, we'll show it to you in our next lesson, or let's say in this course later on. Then we have is this share and also icons, or let's say spotlight me. And you also have this option of communicating, okay? So you can like add audio conversation with comments. And then we have is share. If you want to share it with any email, or you can copy the link and share it on your email, your Facebook, any socials, or you can just give it to them on your SMS or email, okay? And then we have is this option of dev mode, which is developer mode. So this is basically, a lot better when you are working on developer. If you want to develop any, let's say if you want to develop any of your, let's say your UI UX, you can go through them and you can apply CSS or iOS, Android, whichever one you want to use it for. You have to choose the platform and then press on next, select the color theme, find plugin, install the integration, and there we go, we have it. Also, another functionality of Figma is that you can apply codes directly and then it will also work on over here. We'll go through them later on. And then we have is this play option. The play option is basically, the file, or let's say the project or the command to see and observe how your project or how your interface is working. We'll go through them later on. And then we have is the zoom in, zoom out, grids, rulers, outlines, comments, and all of those. So hope you learned everything about the interface of Figma and how it works over here. Now, another navigation method is holding onto control. You can scroll up and down so that you can zoom in and out. You're going to press on Alt and you can see it will be like this. And hold on a shift and you will go left and right. See? If you want to go up and down, press on Alt, down for down, up for up, Control for zooming in and out, and Shift for moving left to right. See? I'm not even using my arrow keys, but you can also use your arrow keys when you are applying elements and then want to place it whenever you want. So thank you for watching this video of our introduction to our Figma and also how the interface of Figma works. Now let's move on to our first lesson of Figma. Welcome to our second lesson of Figma. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the Figma community and the workspace. Welcome back to our lesson on Figma. As it said, we're going to learn about the community and also about the workspace. Well, in our first lesson of introduction, I've given you an idea of how the interface works. But let's see a brief of how this workspace works and also about the community. Now, when you hear the community, where are you going to find it? You can see on the left bottom corner of our Figma interface, there is this option of Explore Community. When you click on it, you will basically see an interface like this will appear up. From here, we have the search bar, we have publish, and a couple of these options which you can go through. Now, these are categories of what type of template or what type of resource do you want. Okay, let's say if you want something inspirational, you can open up or select this, and you can see dream bigger with these portfolios, presentations, mockups, and more. Then we have is team syncs, making collaboration as a team more fun with workspace ideas, planning templates, and icebreakers. Well, all of them are different categories, so you can use whichever one you want. Among them, most ones which are used are, let's say, team syncs, designing system, development, inspiration, mobile, web, wireframe. And there are also accessibilities and icons. But, these are not that much used, but obviously they have its own usage, right? Now, when you want anything from the community, you can search up over here and it will find out that, categorized data, or let's say that template or resource for you. You can also go down and you can see that there are discover. You have fund your creativity, create powerful development workflows, and a lot of them. Well, people who use Figma work on their own projects on their UI and can upload it over here. Now you can see that you can buy it from here. use it for your own purpose, and you can also make your own interface and also upload it whenever you want. You have this publish option over here. Click on publish and then select whichever folder you're working on, and that specific template or that specific resource will be uploaded on this Figma community. So you can also either sell them or publish them for free. So it's like totally up to you. But among them, you also have this hashtags of what category your own template or your resource is. So you have to select that. Now I'm also going to be showing you a couple of them. Now if you want anything mobile based or some mobile UI, click on mobile. And when you click on mobile, you will see that all of the mobile templates or these resources will appear over here. You can see Figma to HTML. These are extensions. You can see free mockups. You can see this UI kit. Then we have is, web app, which is an app design. You can also see this is also an onboarding design library for iOS and Android, and a lot of them. There are a lot of tags which you can use. A couple of them are files with templates, plugins, widgets, and also all of them such as resources. You can see from over here, Terrakit. Now, if you want to use anything, just click on any of them and you just click on open in Figma, and that specific resource will be applied to your workspace so that you can work on it. Okay, so now you know how this option works. You can also download it whenever you want. You can save it up, like it up, so people can use it or they get this, such as a review. So you can use it whenever you want. You can see how this Terrakit works. You can see the page cover. You can see how it works. You can click on them and use, let's say, what are the credits of them? What is the introduction of that specific template or file? What are the tokens? What are the components of this specific UI kit? And what are the file assets? You can see however you want to look at it. Okay, or just observe it a bit more before using it. It's like totally up to you. So basically, Figma community has this vast range of resources which you can use while you are working on Figma, so that it helps you on your UI kit or your design or even your plugins or your widgets. But most of the time, as this course is about UI UX, we're going to be making files and templates later on at the end. But let's just look at a couple of templates or files which you'll be working on. Okay, now I'm going to do is click on web. As we went through mobile, let's say a couple of webs should be shown, okay, so that you get a bit more idea about it. This is a mobile web app, but I'm going to do is UI lending. Now, this is the one we have to buy, so I'm not going to use it. I'm going to do is go find the one which is free so that I can show it to you whenever I want. Let's say I'm going to do is click on free. Let's see a couple of them which are free. I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to click on this. And then I'm going to do is open in Figma. You can see this is a ChatGPT AI template, AI writing product template. Now, if you want to see a couple more of them on how it is, you can go through them and check how it is. Okay, I'm going to go back and find out the one which is a bit more better. Let's say I'm going to open up this web app, which is for phone, but you will obviously get the idea of how this workspace is and what are these resources which you can work on or let's say customize just by yourself. Okay, because if you've used such software such as XD or maybe even say PowerPoint and all of those, you basically see templates, right? And this is basically how the template is. You can see each of them are different type of pages. You can see from when we go on onboard or me time, this is a specific page, this is a specific page, this is a specific page, this is also a specific page individually. Now, one thing is that when I clicked on it, you can see in my first lesson of introduction and its interface, these options were not over here, and you can see a lot of changes has been made because this is a complete app UI, right? And there are a couple of pages that is being used in this specific, let's say app or this design. Now, I'm going to do is show it to you how this basically works and how the assets work. Let's say I'm going to do is click on it. When you click on it, you will basically see that this specific one will be selected. You can click on this so that you can extend it up, or click on assets, whichever assets you're using. I'm going to use click on layers. You can see it like this. You can extend it up and what assets are being used. You can see bottom, you can see top, you can see group. You can use whichever one you want. You can also apply in page if you want to. This is page 3, but as I don't want it, I'm going to do is keep it just the way it is so that I can go through them whenever I want. Then this is Chrome browser. You can see over here, I can move it whenever I want. Now, if you want to select both of them, press on Control or press on Shift, and then you will basically see both of them will be selected at the same time. And when I'm selecting on it, you can see that all of them has been selected over here, but not these ones, because I've only selected this one, and this belongs to this specific group, which I have over here. Okay, I'm going to just click on this. I'm going to just delete this page because I don't need it. I'm going to keep it on me time. And there we go. This is all the elements which I have over here. So when you can't select it like that, even though I can, but let's say you can't. But what you basically do is select this item specifically. You can see the top. This is the top. This is the group. This is the bottom. And this is the Chrome, which you can see. I'm going to click on it. And there we go. You can see when I click on it, it will literally take me to that specific website. So this is basically how this element works in, let's say Figma. I'm going to do is go off the Explorer community, or maybe, as you can see, my web browser has been open. I'm going to open up my software again, and there we go. You can see it over here. So make sure to use whichever one you want. You can just, this is basically linked up. So when I click on it, it will directly take me over here. You can also edit that specific hyperlink and move it. Let's say if I type in twitter.com, hit on enter. And if I click on this specific object, let's say I'm going to click on this, it will literally take me to twitter.com. So this is very simple to use Figma for UI UX. Okay, so I'm going to do is go back to my software, and there we go, we have it. Now, there are also a couple of things you have to learn about over here, even though now you can see all of them are selected, but I want only this one. So I'm going to do select on it and keep it perfectly aligned, even though both of them are still grouped up, and I'm going to do is keep it just the way it is. I'm going to do select on it, and there we go. We have the browser view. If you don't want to see it, just click on it and they will be invisible. You can also lock them up whenever you want so that, you cannot move them or customize anything from there. Okay, I'm going to use unlock it. Now you can change the color. You can see if I name it, or let's say I'm going to click on this and I'm going to do select this color, and you can see that specific color has been changed. So you can customize it from over here. You can select the page color. Let's say I want the page color to be red or white, or maybe something around over here. And you can see this is how it is. Now, just like I said in our previous lesson on how you will be able to zoom out, press on Control and use your scroll key. And there we go. Hold on to your Shift key so that you can go left and right. Now you can see that a couple of them are transparent because it is being, such as, this transparency is a bit low on this one. Let's just show it to you. I'm going to click on this object over here. And there we go. This is onboarding. I'm going to click on over here. This is the third one. So I'm going to do is select this one, or maybe this one, login. There we go. We have it. Now I'm going to do is go over here. I'm going to do is login overlay. I'm going to increase the size, go through registration. And you can see you'll be able to select them whenever you want. But let's say I'm going to do is not the registration. I'm going to do is choose service, which you can see over here, license and all of them, actions, text over here. And basically the box over here is kind of, transparent. And let's say I'm going to go over here. You can select where you want it to appear. Okay, so it's like up to you. You can fix out the margin, fix out wherever you want it to be. Let's say I'm going to keep it at the middle. Now, if I want the action over at the top, maybe, or let's say I'm going to go with the state over here, text, I'm going to go as pass through. Let's say I'm going to multiply it, maybe, or maybe darken it up. You can see it is changing step by step. I'm going to do zoom in, and I'm going to do is click on it, color dodge. You can see how it will work. See? So now you know how this works. You can do the same thing over here. I'm going to just click on this option. I'm going to do is click on this, and let's say I'm going to type in 50, and you will see it will become transparent. See? So this is basically the same thing done over here on this background over here. And what if I want to change this over here? I'm going to do is go off the info, or maybe reduce this size first, and I don't need it anymore. I'm going to click on this object, choose service. Now I'm going to do the same thing over here. I can do the reduce transparency. I'm going to type in 80 and enter. You can see transparency. I'm going to do is keep it 100 because I'd rather like to keep it the way it is. Then you have these other options or other tools. You can do the same thing over there. You can center, align it, or scale it up according to your need. Let's say I'm going to do is increase the size, keep it this way. There we go. Now if I want it to be at the center or the top or maybe at the left, right, let's say from the bottom and left, I want it to be left, right corner. There we go. Center. There we go. We have it. Now you can also fix out whichever type of, stroke or text you want. Let's say I want this bold. If you want it to be, let's say, increase it 12, hit on enter. You can see this is how it will look like. So I'm going to do select the text over here. Now if you want to change in this, let's say I'm going to type in 5, hit on enter, and you can see the space in between them. Control Z to undo the process. There we go. I'm going to do select on this again, which we have is info bar. Okay. Do select on whichever item you want to use. You can see that there are a couple of elements over here, a couple of photos. In row 1, we have this specific photo. Now if we want to remove it, I'm going to do is press on delete. You can see that photo has been removed. Now if I click on that over here, I'm going to do is maybe if you want to apply in another photo, what you have to do is just apply or add in the photo. Click on this, or maybe right click or put up a photo over here. From going to this option, and this option over here also has that place image video. You can also apply it whenever you want. So now you know how this works. So basically, if you want to select any object, you can go through them one by one, and you can also select multiple objects at the same time. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind that if they're grouped up, you can also ungroup them just by pressing on Control G, so that you can select them whenever you want. So I'm going to do is double click on it, and you can also select them individually whenever you want. Now if you select on or double click on any elements, you'll basically see that they will be selected just single, okay? Not double, but single. So now you know how this works in Figma. Now if you want to change the color over here, you can also change it. So I want this to be black. If you want it to be primary, you can also keep it primary, but I'm going to do is keep it white because it is more visible over here. Now let's show you a bit more about how a PC or a web browser works, or how it will look like on PC. Now I'm going to do is go back. As you can see, this is all we have in the elements and what we needed to learn about the workspace in a specific UI design. You can also see a prototype over here. Now in our previous lesson, I've shown you how this works. I'm going to click on that option over here. A prototype needs to have at least one frame. So I'm going to do is click on over here. I'm going to click on in the specific object, and I'm going to do is click on prototype, show prototype settings. I'm going to do is click on all of them, and there we go. I'm going to do is present it. You can see I'm going to do is click on it, click on prototype. There we go. You can see when I click on it, it will take me there. Okay. You can see over here, and you can also see over here. I'm going to do is select on the specific page. I'm going to do is extend or reduce the size of all of them. And I'm going to do the same thing over here. Make sure that all of them are at the same place. Select on this, click on prototype, needs to have at least one frame. So I'm going to do is preview. I'm going to do is preview it. Now, before prototyping, what you basically have to do is select any of the frame you want to use. And over here on prototype, you will basically see an interface like this: flow, starting point, and interaction. Now from over here, I'm going to do is select on this option over here. You can see this is onboarding. Now what I'm going to do is select on this. You can see scroll with patient or whatever type of prototype you want to use. You have to select all of them. You can see this is onboarding. So when I click on it, I can click on what type of direction you want, horizontal, what type of interactions you want. So let's say I'm going to do is navigate to, and all of them over here. And then we have a start flowing point. Okay, you can see the flowing point over here, which is going to be this one. Okay, now what I'm going to do is select the flow. You can see over here, make sure to play it up, and you will basically see that this is how it will work. You can see then we have is landscape mode because I selected the landscape mode. it basically takes a bit of time to, load it up, because it is going to be onboarding and going to start working whenever you want. You say you're going to click on them and it will take you there. Okay, this is how it will work. I'm going to do is click on over here, and you can see this is being loaded up. Well, this mainly might not work because this is basically a mobile app. Okay, I'm going to do is click on them over here, so you can see if it is not the thing, or let's say not for PC, it might not work like this. You can click on option. I'm going to do is click on size or actual size. You can see over here, and you can go through them however you want. Okay, so basically, as this is not a PC, let's say UI, it might not show up like the way you want it to be. But if you are using the PC one, you will basically see that it will start working on and connect each and every prototype which you are trying to, go through one by one. So now you know about a couple of UI and UX of this, Figma. Let's I'm going to do is click on it and try the same thing over here. Open in Figma. It takes a bit of a time to load all of these presets up. So wait a bit, and then it will open up on your screen. You can see it over here. It is being loaded. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Select the specific frames, and then I'm going to do is play it up so that I can see how the prototyping works in Figma. So I'm going to do is control and zoom in. You can see over here there are like a lot of pages which I can see. You can see this is desktop, home page desktop. You can see this is laptop, and then there is phone. You can see other ones, desktop, phone. Okay, so I'm going to do is zoom in and do select all of this range of data which I have. You can also go through them however you want, basically. So I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to do select on this option over here, home page desktop. I'm going to do is click on present, and there we go. It is being loaded up on my screen. Well, obviously it's going to load it up and then show you how this prototyping works. And over here you can see, you can click on contact. You can zoom out a bit. I'm going to do is click on over here, extend the size. I'm going to do is click on options, fit to size. There we go. You can see it as a slide over here, which is over here. Just go over here about the page, and all the components are over here. So basically, when you prototype it up, you will be able to select the prototype on how it will change from one page to another. Basically, that is linking. I'm going to do is go off the prototype. Let's say I'm going to go off the prototype, and you can see there is none. You have to select which one you want to prototype it as, and it will be up to you, okay, how you're going to work with it. So thank you for watching this video up till the end, and now let's move on to our next lesson of Figma UI UX. Welcome back to another lesson of Figma UI UX. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the basic tools of Figma. So let's just open up Figma on our PC. You can see that I have opened up my Figma on my PC. So the first thing we're going to do is going to be opening up a new file, or let's say design a file. Click on design file if you don't have any template or any file opened up. Now the first thing we're going to do is, obviously I'm going to do is make a canvas, or let's say make a page or a frame where I'm going to be putting in my components. Now, as this is a lesson on the basic tools, we're going to give you all the briefs about all the tools and how those function. Now, the first thing you basically do when you are making up your template, or let's say making up your file or your resource of your own self or your UI, first thing is you make your page, let's say a web page. Obviously, each software, or let's say each web browser or site contains pages, right? Or even apps. So the first thing is we're going to need a page. I'm going to click on over here. Now select on frame. Now I'm going to do is you can use whichever type of frame you want to use over here. I'm going to do is make a desktop frame. So desktop, I'm going to do is, let's say desktop, click on over here. And there we go. We have our frame for our desktop. And you can also see desktop one. If you want to change the name, click on it. Let's say this is going to be our first frame. Click on first. Okay. Now if you want to customize it up, you can click on frame, or you can press on F, zoom out, and make the frame of your desire. There we go. We have two frames. I'm going to do is type in second, hit on enter, and I'm going to do is keep it at the bottom. Now, as we have two frames, now what if you want sections of your specific frame? Click on over here. I'm going to do is make up a section over here so that I can put in specific elements in that specific part. Let's say I'm going to do is make shapes over at the top. okay, over here. And here I want to put different things. So I can click on it, and you can also change the color of your section. Let's say I'm going to use make the section look something like this. Press on cross, and there we go, we have it. You can also increase the transparency or decrease the transparency. I'm going to type in 80. You can see this is a lot more lighter than how it was, right? Now, just like I said, we are going to be showing you the basic tools. Now, one of the basic tools about this lesson is the shapes, okay? Now, because the shapes, you can either use them as buttons or you can also use them as sections. Well, the section part is, you know, a bit like, you can see other software that contain part like a part looks different in color. A part looks only a bit of different information. So basically the section works in that way. You can also make, a code of that ready for a developer. You can also do that. Or you can also remove ready status. Okay, it's like totally up to you. Now, the first thing I'm going to do over here on the first section, I'm going to do is take this over on the first one. You can see the first one is going to contain that section. So I'm going to do is right click on it. I'm going to do is convert it to frame. You can convert it to frame. You can ungroup it if you want to, but that's like totally up to you. So you can see this one is over here. You can do is up over here. I'm going to do is make sure that this is visible. But I'm going to do is select on both of them. Right click on it, and you can group selection. There we go. In group one, we have this section over here, which is first. So I'm going to do is make sure that this is written first. And this one is going to be just the background. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is going to be putting in my elements. So to do that, I'm going to do is click on the shape tool. Let's start off with rectangle. You can type in R if you want to, or you can also select this. What I'm going to do is make this box over here. There we go. I'm going to do is keep it right over here. This is where I'm going to be putting in my photo later on, not in this lesson. But let's say this is my shape. You can also extend it if you want to. You can hold on a shift so that you get a specific, perfect shape of a square. You can press on control. So you can see you will be able to move it freely. You can also move freely without holding on control. But if you hold on Alt, it will change or fix up the panel if you want to do it left or right. You can see that this is how it will work. See? But when you do this, it will not extend. So basically when you hold on Alt, it will increase on both sides. See? Up, it's going down too. If I go left, it will go right too. So Shift for the perfect shape and Alt for increasing it on both sides. Okay? So hope you understood about it. I'm going to do is keep it right over here. I'm going to do is change the color of this. Click on this option. And I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around, okay, not this color. I'm going to do is keep it something like this, okay? Then I'm going to do is you can also fix the transparency of this. Make sure to keep or fix your transparency. That's like up to you. If you want to apply ingredients, click on this option and fix in the gradients over here. There we go. I'm going to just keep it like this so that it looks better. I'm going to just take it over here so I can see how it looks like. There we go. This is how it will look like. Then you can also apply in photos. You can also apply in checkers. It's like up to you. Basically, this is the image part where you can apply it. You can also add in videos or GIFs. It's up to you. So animations, you can apply it over here. You can go to libraries and apply in whichever color you want or whatever you want to apply. I'm going to go over here and keep it just the way it was. I'm going to close it off. You can select what you want, what type of filter you want to apply. What I'm going to do is multiply or maybe darken or keep it normal, just the way it is. I'm going to cut this one off, and then we have this fill option. You can fill it up. It's up to you. You can apply more color to it according to your need. Let's say you don't want one color. You can apply 2-3 colors at the same time. Let's say I want another color. I'm going to just click on this option and I want a bit of red. There we go. I'm going to do is make sure this is correct. There we go. This is how it will look like. I'm going to select on a specific object, click on this option, just make it a bit wider. Or maybe I'm going to go over on blue. There we go. I'm going to click on this option and fix in this gradient option over here. And there we go. Okay, there we go, 100. Do the same thing over here. I'm going to do is click on this option I'm going to go off the gradient. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to select this color over here. I'm going to do is make sure that this is totally visible. Okay, not this part. I'm going to do is make sure that this is less and this one is higher. I'm going to do is make sure to use 60, hit on enter. You see all of them is too dark, so I'm going to do is type in 30 maybe. There we go, a lot better. We can see a bit of blue, a bit of red. Okay, so we are done with this part on rectangle. Now what if I want to apply in a line? I'm going to do is make sure to use line. Let's say I want a line like this as an intersection. There we go, we have our line. Even though it's not visible, you can click on the line and you can extend the size. Let's say I'm going to click on this over here. Let's say I'm going to do is keep it on 3, hit on enter. You can see it is extending. I'm going to type in 9, hit on enter. You can see it's more visible. So I'm going to do is click on the specific line. You can change the color if you want to. Let's say I want a bit of this one. Okay, better. There we go. Then I'm going to do is make sure to use this line over here. I'm going to do is make sure this is inside, and you can select whatever type of line you want to use. Let's say I want to reverse arrow. You can see there's an intersection and also looks a lot more better. You can go after local variables and also apply it. You can create a variable like color, number, string, boolean. But let's say I want a number. Let's say I'm going to do is type in over here, put in the value 100, hit on enter. And there we go. We have our variable over here. We have our local styles such as color, maybe something you can apply in a new color and save it up for later purpose, create style. Now, when you are selecting on the section and you have to use that one, just click on that specific, let's say specific custom feature you just made or that style you made. Click on that and that will be applied directly. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is make an ellipse. Well, basically the arrow works the same way, which we did over here. There we go. We have our arrow. So there's nothing new than this line. So that works the same way. Now you know it. Click on ellipse, and I'm going to do is make my circle over here. I want a perfect circle, so I'm going to do is hold on a shift, and there we go. We have it. I'm going to do is keep it over here at the center. There we go. I'm going to do is make sure the ellipse is at the top, so this is more visible, or maybe a bit like under here. Okay. Now I want it to be visible over here. So let's see the section. I want it at the top. Maybe the section should be a bit more visible. I'm going to press on Ctrl Z. See, you can extend the size of this from over here too. See, it is quite simple to do it. There we go. You just have to double click on the specific object, press on done, and there we go. We have our shape. See, it is very simple to work with it. Use that shape over here. What I'm going to do is double click on it again. I'm going to just keep it somewhere around over here. Press on done, and there we go. We are good to go. You can change the color over here just the way we did it. I'm going to just decrease this transparency. Make sure to make it a bit off wider so that we can see it. There we go. Close it up, and here we have it. Now, what if you want a polygon? Just click on that, hold on a shift, or maybe hold on to alt so that you can increase the size on all sides. Now I can do the same thing over here. You can make it around a bit, maybe, keep it like this, or maybe like this, hold on a shift. There we go. It's going to put up an anchor so that you can fix the, the size and align it. Right? So hope you understood everything about this lesson, and also everything about how you can apply in lines and also apply a couple of shapes. After you're done, just press on OK. You can also double click on it, press on this, okay? And then you will basically see that you will be able to make it round, just like I said. Basically, it's a lot like those, pen tools you'll be able to use. Press on done, and you can see this is how it will look like. I can also rotate it whenever I want. Just make it to over here. There we go. I'm going to do is decrease the size. I'm going to do is rotate it a bit more. There we go, we have it. See? And then, and the other one we have is the star. If you want to apply a star, hold on to shift or shift over here. There we go, we have our star. You can do the same thing over here. Double click on it if you want to customize it. Use the pen tool to change the size. You can see over here. Click on this to make it a bit round. There we go. The same thing on the other ones. If you want to make it round, there we go. You can change the shape too, but make sure to hold on to shift so that it works a bit better. There we go. Press on Ctrl Z. I'm going to just keep it just the way it is and press on done. And there we go, we have it. See, we have a squid-like structure over here. See, or maybe a rocket. It's up to you, whatever you term it as. There we go. You can also place it over here. And you can also group all of them up all together. Then we have is this place image. Just click on that and you will open up this option over here. Use whichever photo you want and you can just place it wherever you want. You can see it is like this. What you're going to do is image resized. I'm going to use from like resize that image. Hold on a shift and place that image on that specific, part of your, frame. See, this is how it will work. Hold on a shift and there we go. Centered. Okay. Now you know about the basic tools. Then we have is this pen tool. You'll be able to customize shapes through this. Let's say I'm going to do is make up a shape. Click on this, click on this. I'm going to hold on to this, maybe this. There we go. See? Last one over here. And there we go. We have another shape. You'll be able to make a couple of shapes using this. Now, then you can also fill it up with color. Click on that option over here. And you can apply and color on however you want. You can also apply center, effect, and also export it up and drop the shadow effect. Then I'm going to do is on the last one, we have pencil. And then if you want to apply in text, just click on this, make your own text box. And there we go. We have our text box over here to apply in our own text. And the last one, we have the navigation bar to go through them. And just like we did, just click on the ones if you can't select it from, a couple of times when you are not selected on anything. Maybe when you select on this, it does not work, or then what you're going to do is just increase this or extend the size over here on whatever element there is. Just click on the specific object and there we go, we have it. And after you're done, just select on all of the objects which we have over in the template or this frame. Then you're going to use press on Ctrl G. Then they are all grouped. See? So thank you for watching this video of the interface and also the basic shapes, or let's say the basic tools of Figma and what functionality it has to offer. Even though we covered up most of the basic tools, now the last thing we're going to show you is going to be our alignment part. I'm going to do select on this. Now I'm going to select on this over here. You can see there's this X, Y. You can fix it up. You can do the same thing with elements. What I'm going to do is select on this. You can select it over here. Then I'm going to do is go over the Y axis. You can fix the width, the height. You can also fix the angle. See? You can fix the round corners. Let's say if you want round corners, what you're going to do is zoom in. Select on this. Fix this, and you'll basically see that there is this round corner on that photo, right? You can do the same thing on each and every shapes. Let's say I'm going to do the same thing over here. No mirroring, mirror angle. You can also do that. You can fix the rounded corners like this. And there we go. We have the rounded corner. Do the same thing over here. Click on that. I want rounded corner. There we go. See, this is like very simple to work on Figma because this is a drop and drag type of software. You can see it over here. You can do the same thing over here or maybe over here. So I'm going to select on the specific line which we have. You can also customize specific lines. It's up to you, but I'm going to just keep it this way. Do is make this a bit like this. Do is rotate it in such a way so that it works a bit more better. I'm going to do is press on done. I'm going to just rotate it. I'm going to do is keep it around over here. There we go. Looks a lot more better. I'm going to do is select on this element over here. I'm going to do is remove it. Just press on delete and that element will be deleted. Then we have this contrast option which you'll be able to apply on. I'm going to do is press on done. I'm not going to need that. I'm going to press on delete. I'll select on this option. double click on it, select on this, and there we go. You'll be able to increase or decrease this according to your need. Press on done. There we go. There is no color, but I want there to be color, so I'm going to just keep the way it was. Okay, press on OK, and there we go. Now if you want to apply in any effects, you can also apply the effects by clicking on any elements. And here on effect, there is this option of drop shadow. You can use whichever layer blur or maybe something like background blur. Let's say I'm going to do select on this object, click on effect. There's this drop shadow, maybe inner shadow, drop shadow, layer blur. Then we have background blur. It's up to you. So you can apply it. You can press on plus, and you can also fix it up according to your need. Click on this and you'll be able to fix in the shadow, fix in the blur. See, you can fix the y-axis, and you can also fix the spread of that shadow. See, this is very simple. Now if you want to like fix the exposure, contrast, and everything of that, or lightings of that specific photo, what you're gonna do is click on the photo over here, click on it, and there we go. We have our exposure. You can fix the contrast. So I want to fix the saturation, maybe a bit higher. Then fix the temperature. Then we have his tint, highlights, and shadows. Saturation a bit less, contrast a bit high, saturation over here, temperature should go a bit down, just fix the tint, highlight should be a bit higher. And after you're done, just press on OK, and there we go. We're good to go. Cross this, and there we go. That has been applied over here. Okay. So I hope you learned everything in this lesson about the basic tools of, Figma. You can also go through a couple of components if you want to. You can apply in plugins, widgets, but we're going to go through them later on. But we have this edit object, which is also the kind of same as double clicking. So make sure to use all of these features. You can also see that there is this ongoing create component. Click on that and you will basically create a new component, and that will be termed as a component. Okay. Then you can also add in that. You can fix it out by clicking on this, make sure it's visible or not. So thank you for watching this video up till the end. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Figma. Welcome back to another lesson of Figma. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the use of pages, or let's say frames. Welcome back to another lesson. Now, just like I said, in this lesson, we are going to learn about the usage of the pages in Figma. Now, what are the pages? Well, basically, when you term pages, it's basically the part or the section where we apply all of our data or our components and everything. So pages are termed as frames over here in Figma, okay? Because in frames, you can apply in components, you can customize it up, you can apply in links such as prototypes, and all of them all are based on frames, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is open up one reference, and we're going to open up a new file at the same time. Now, first thing I'm going to do is click on design file, click on create a new design. I need this one. And you can see I have my new one. I'm going to go off to home. I'm going to go off to explore community. And from there, what I'm going to do is click on wireframe so that I can show you the usage or the needs of pages. I'm going to go down and I'm going to do is find the one which I basically need. Let's say I'm going to do is click on over here and click on free so that I can get the free ones. Okay. So I'm going to go down and find the one which I need. So I'm going to go a bit more down, and there are going to be a couple of, kits which you'll be able to use. Let's say I'm going to use this architecture studio website. I'm going to do is from here, I'm going to open in Figma. Okay. Press on or click on this over here, and you will see that another window has been opened up over here. So you can see that we have our untitled, which is our new one. And this is going to be our second, which is architectural. Okay. Now I'm going to do is remove one of them. Now you can see that there are going to be a couple of things, such as this is going to be the cover, this is the design and the pages, and this is the colors which are being used. So when we go off the design, we can see that there are 4 pages, right? We have our index, in page again, which is hover state, and this is going to be our in page, how it basically looks like, and this is going to be our loading screen. Okay. So what we're gonna do is make 4 pages or make 4 frames in our untitled file. So this is going to be how it's gonna work like, okay? I'm gonna go over here, and just like I said, this is going to be how, the pages work in Figma. I'm gonna click on over here, click on frames. Now I'm gonna do is you can use it from over here, wireframing, but let's say I'm gonna do is click on or make a page because I'm gonna need it later on. Let's say this is going to be my page, and you can apply a new one. You can press on Control C, Control V to paste another one. You can or use the same thing on Control R. You can rename it or Control V again so that you can make 4 frames at the same time. Okay, you can press on Control D to copy the same movement and also copy the same command. So I'm gonna do is keep on 4 frames at a time. Now I'm gonna do is zoom out, or I'm gonna do is keep it around over here so that I can see 4 frames at a time. So this is going to be our 4 frames which you are going to work on. Do is hold on a shift, and I'm going to zoom out, and there we go. We have the preview of 4 of the frames. Right? Now I'm going to do is going to start off with our first frame. I'm going to go over here, and you can see what elements are there. Okay, we can see over here that there is a section right over here, or there is a line. So I'm going to click on over here the index, increase the size, and this is the line, which is also the section. This is the frame, card, couple of them, turnover, and a couple of these elements which are over there. So what we're going to do is do something very similar to that. So in frame 1, what we're going to do is apply in an asset, or apply in a couple of elements. Now in frame 1, what we're going to do is click on over here, or maybe I'm going to go off the section so that I can apply in a section. Let's say here, I'm going to do is in the section, I'm going to do is put in a photo. I'm going to do is click on this one over here, section. I'm going to apply in another photo over here. Now the first thing I'm going to do is click on frame 1, and I'm going to do is change the color. To do that, I'm going to do is click on over here. Let's say I want it somewhere around here. I'm going to click on this option. There we go. Looks a lot better. I'm going to just cut this off. I'm going to select on this, click on fill. What I'm going to do is make sure that this is a bit transparent. What I'm going to do is click on this over here and make it a bit round so it looks a bit better. There we go. Looks a lot better. I'm going to do the same thing over here. There we go. This is 34, so I'm going to apply 34 over here. I type in 40, hit on enter. Do the same thing over here. 40, hit on enter, and there we go. We have our 2 sections, which is section 1 and section 2. You can click on it over here, but you can also apply in shapes if you want to. Now, after you make in your shape, there is one thing you have to keep in mind about is that when you are applying elements and you want to preview all of it at once, there are 2 things. One is going to be how you can preview it by clicking on present and preview. We're going to go through them later on, but let's just focus on this right now. Now you can also use shapes or section if you want to, but you can also use, let's say, frames, or let's say shapes. Let's click on this so that we can see the preview of how it looks like, because when you are previewing it, you can see that there are no sections, right? So obviously it just works as a section where you can put in your own elements. So I'm going to do is click on the shape over here, click on rectangle, and you can remove it if you want to. I'm going to do is press on Control Z. I'm going to do is, I'm going to do is increase or paste in my shape. I'm going to do is make sure to use 40. There we go. 40. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Apply in your shape. I can also copy it, press on Alt, and there we go. I'm going to do is hold on a shift, and I'm going to do is fix the size of this so that it applies up to here. There we go. Looks a lot more better. Okay, we have 2 shapes. Section 1 and section 2 contains 2 of these. I'm going to click on this over here again, and basically you will see the shapes on this one this time. Now, what we're going to do is going to be apply in more content, which we are going to use. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So I'm going to do is click on over here, click on this option over here. Okay. I'm going to do is make it to be visible. I'm going to right click on it, I'm gonna do is bring to front. I'm gonna do is do the same one over here. Bring to front. I'm gonna try clicking on this one again, and you can still see that there is nothing. What you're gonna do is go back, options, fit to screen. Okay, I'm gonna go out again. Over here, what I'm gonna do is go off over here and then put in your content. Now, as we have our shape over here, which is also visible, you can make sure that this is totally visible. You can see the strokes, you can see the fill, the 62%. Well, I'm gonna put in 100%. Click on this over here, 100%. Do is use this shape. I'm gonna do is bring to front. There we go. And I'm gonna do is click on frame 1 and the sections. Right click on it and group them up. There we go. As we've grouped it up, I'm going to do is click on fill. You can see this is how it will work. I'm going to click on this and you can open it up, present. There we go. You will either see nothing or basically you will see just the shapes, okay? Because sometimes this doesn't appear up. So I'm going to click on this over here. You can see 1, 2, 3 only. Okay. I'm going to cut this one off. What I'm going to do is go over to untitled. What I'm going to do is paste or keep it the way it was. I'm going to click on this frame 1, frame 2. Let's just take this up over here and remove the section so that I don't need it. If you don't need it, just remove it whenever you want to. Now, what I'm going to do is do the same thing over here. Let's say I'm going to do is take this photo over here. I'm going to do Control C, Control V. You can see this photo over here. Just paste it right around this corner. There we go. Now I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to take this photo, specific photo, which we have. I'm going to do zoom in. Control C, Control V, paste it right around here. Do the same thing over here, like this. I'm gonna do is make sure that this is a round corner, has a rounded corner. There we go. Now I'm going to do is click on this over here and make sure that this looks perfect. You can zoom in and fix it up. Up to you. What I'm going to do is fix the radius of this. There we go. Here we go. We're done on this one. I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna do is get these ones, okay? I'm gonna keep it here for now. I'm gonna do is zoom in and we can try removing these two. Delete. Delete. We're just gonna do is keep the photos. Do the same thing over here. Delete. Okay. Then I'm going to do is either take a couple of elements. We can take a couple of elements, Control C, Control V over here. C over here, I'm going to do is keep it the way they have it. Terranova. We can change the font too, is as this is just text. You can click on over here, text option over here, select whichever one you want. So I'm going to use this. I'm going to do is increase the size of this, Terranova, which you have over here. And do is click on this option, click on this. There we go. We have it. What I'm going to do is go off to that over here. I'm going to do is take this one to Control C, Control V. I'm going to do is zoom in. And we can keep it right around over here. There we go. We can go through preview and see how it looks like. It's going to load for a while because, you know, obviously the same things, or let's say new things, have been updated over here. You can see I'm going to click on this option over here. I'm going to do is fit to screen. There we go. We have this over here. This is how it will look like. Okay. do is go back, cut this one off, and I'm going to just go over here. Do the same thing over here. I'm going to just remove it. I'm going to go over on this one. Do is apply in couple more elements. Control C, Control V. Just keep this over here. There we go. I'm going to do the last one over here is that I'm going to just take this one, Control C, Control V. What I'm going to do is make sure that this, doesn't look bad. What I'm going to do is go off the preview, and you can see this has not been done. I'm going to just cut this one off, click on preview, and then you'll basically see how it works. It's going to load up for a while. It takes a bit of time. And just like you've seen that when we did not put any element inside of it, it did not work. But when we are using this, let's say I'm going to go over here. We can have the designer picture. I'm going to just remove this. I'm going to go over to Untitled over here. What I'm going to do is make sure to select this one over here. Preview it up. Present. It takes a bit of time. Okay. And you'll basically see that it will appear over here. Click on Option, fits a screen, and there we go. We have it. Even though I'm going to just restart it. Press on R. I'm going to go over here. There we go. We have our confidence and all of those. We have all the elements which we need. And the next thing what you can do is that we can copy the same things. What you're going to do is make sure to select all of them. Vector, card, Terranova, C, ellipse, frame, texts. Okay, not all of them. There we go. I'm going to use press on Control G, and there we go. We have all of them in group 1. Let's say I'm going to type in frame 1. Okay, see this is frame 1. Now what you can basically do is open it up. You can see this will how it will be looking like, because obviously this has turned into a group including the frames. So now what you can do is that if it does not appear up, what you can do is apply the same thing over here, as this is just a group now. Now this is how it will look like if we put something over here. I'm going to do select on it. I'm going to go over here. Make sure to select the color. There we go. And we have it. I'm going to go over here, page and title, and you can see this is reloading. It will take a bit of a time because, because we have added in a lot of elements, which you can see over here. I'm going to wait for a while until all this loads up. As you can see now, it has loaded up. I'm going to click on fit to screen, and it is how it will look like. But one thing you have to keep in mind that when you are grouping the frame with the elements, it's going to turn into a shape, okay? Such as a shape, and you have to convert it or take it to another frame again so that it works, okay? So now you can see that the frame 2 contains all these elements. So you can also copy the whole thing. Make sure to hold on to Alt. Now you can see all of them has been created on another one. You can do the same thing over here. I'm going to cut this one off. And another thing you have to keep in mind is that whenever you're working on it, let's say I want it to preview, right? Let's say I'm going to click on this and it will load up and obviously give me the preview. Then click on option, click on fit to screen. Now, what if I want to change this specific, thing that says, okay, I'm going to click on this. Let's say I'm going to do is click on this option over here. I'm going to just cut this off. Living to the, just click on over here. Make sure to apply in a text box. Okay, I have to apply in a text box over here. Living to the fullest. I'm going to go over on Untitled, and you can see that element or that specific word or whatever you edited has been changed over here. So now you know basically what is the usage of using pages in, let's say in Figma. And also you can apply in more elements over here. by applying it to the second frame or the third frame or the fourth frame, and there we go. And whenever you go off the preview, you can go through them one by one. So this is basically how you connect one page to another and then continue doing it. So that is the usage of using pages in Figma or UI UX. So thank you for watching this video, and if you didn't understand a part, please let us know and we'll guide you through the whole process. In our next lesson, we are going to learn about how we can prototype in Figma. Welcome back to our lesson of Figma. In this lesson, we are going to learn about prototyping. We welcome you back to this lesson of Figma. Now, just like I said, in this lesson, we are going to learn about prototyping. Now, basically, the first thing you have to learn about is that what is prototyping? Now, if you've used Microsoft Word or let's say PowerPoint, there is this feature called links, right? When you click on one link or that specific object or component, it takes you to somewhere, or let's say either sometimes a website, or maybe sometimes to another page, or maybe to another element that opens up. Okay, so basically prototyping is like using hyperlinks, or let's say some links. So when you click on one element, or if that specific element contains the command or contains the action of prototype, it's going to take you to that directed site, or maybe, sometimes even a specific page. Well, prototyping is basically most of the time connected from one page to another, or let's say one frame to another. So let's just show you how prototyping can work. Now, in our previous lesson, we've used this, and I'm also going to be showing you how this works. I'm going to do is just remove one of it. Now, what we're going to do is take this frame over here, even though this is our second, or let's say our first frame, because there is no second frame over here. You can see frame 1 over here, but even though all of this is termed to be the first one. Now what I'm going to do is take this one over here. I'm going to do is maybe put in a couple of elements. But the first thing I'm going to do is go over on our community. I'm going to do is open up another one. Let's say I'm going to do is cut this one off, close all tabs. I'm going to do is click on Explore Community. I'm going to go back. I'm going to do is open my untitled at the same time. There we go. Then this time I'm going to use is this mobile so that I can show you how this basically works. Even though we've worked on this one, the next one what we're going to do is work on maybe UI UX design on this one. I'm going to click on Open in Figma. This time what we're going to do is, just like I said, we're going to use prototype. So I'm going to do is apply in a couple of effects, or maybe a couple of elements in our untitled. Let's say I'm going to do is take this Control-C. I'm going to take it over here. You can see it over here. This is how it will look like. See? Very simple. I'm going to do is take another element. Maybe I'm going to do is take Control-C, paste it around over here. This is going to be my frame. Okay. There we go. I'm going to do is make sure that there is no rounded corners. Then I'm going to do is plus on or press on preview. Now you'll basically see that there is like 2 slides that contain data. I'm going to click on over here, click on fit to screen 1 and 2. Now when you are prototyping, there are 2 things over here, right? Click on it and we have present and preview. Well, both of them are absolutely different from one another. Well, the present basically shows all the elements or shows the interface in such a way so that you can see it in a presentation mode, okay? And when you are clicking on preview, it will give you a preview of how the page is going to work. Now, before previewing or presenting, even though we presented it one time, you can see how it will look like. You can see there is no round corner anymore. Now, this is how the present works, and when you click on present, it basically opens up this another window, and in the window you can see it like a presentation, like a slide, okay? But this is not basically how prototyping works. But what we're going to do is, as we have 2 of these pages, I'm going to show it to you how this works. I'm going to click on prototype, And when you click on prototype, you can select on this and you will basically see this icon over here. Select on this and you can see how it works. When you select on this, this is how it works. Okay. So what we're going to do is click on this and click on preview. And you will basically see when you click on preview, it works like this. Okay. Even though the prototyping were already done, and it will open up this interface for me. Now I'm going to do is zoom out so you can see how you'll be able to go through these options, because that is how this interface has been made. I can go zoom in and zoom out, and you can see the other options that are over here. But if I click on this option, it will take me to another page. You can see it over here. Click on book, you can see this page is opened up, and there are no other pages. But when I click on this, it will take me back to that specific page again. And this is where it is located. What I'm going to do is click on Untitled. So the first thing I'm going to do is prototype a specific frame with a specific element. Now I'm going to do is click on Prototype. So basically what I'm going to do is click on any of these items which you have over here. I'm going to click on Prototype. When I click on this, when I click on the specific elements over here, I want this to show me over here, okay? I want this to take me over here, or maybe even if I select on the specific element, I want it to take me here. What I'm going to do is do the same thing. I'm going to do is cut this one off. I'm going to do is take this whole page, which I have on this, UI design #4. You can see it over here. I'm going to do is select on the specific element, which I have over here. Now this one, I want this to appear up. Control C, Control V. You can see it over here. Right click on it, bring to front. This is what I want. I'm going to do is take the whole thing, close it off. All this elements. Control C, Control V over here. And there we go. We have it. What I'm going to do is select on this specific layer over here. Instead of that, I'm going to click on design and increase the size so that I can see how it works. Zoom in. See, this is how it will work. Keep it at the center. Do the same thing over here. There we go. We have it. I'm going to increase the size of this. Select on all of these texts, close it off. Control A. You can remove it if you want to. I'm going to do is go over here, and you cannot see the specific text is missing. So I'm going to do is click on that option. I'm going to do is increase the size. Let's say I'm going to type in 90, hit on enter. Okay, maybe not 90, maybe 60. Then I'm going to do is increase this line spacing. There we go. A lot better, right? I'm going to press on close. And I'm going to do is, when I click on the specific option, click on this, and I want it to appear to this specific page. So now when you can see that when I click on preview, it will open up this page or this interface for me. And from this interface, what I'm going to do is go from one page to another through prototyping. Now there are other ways of prototyping. So I'm going to do is increase this whole page so that I can see the whole thing at once. It will take a bit of a time to load all of it up. You can see this is how it works. I'm going to do is click on option, fit to screen. You can see how it works. I'm going to go over here, cut this one off, and there we go. Do select this one too. I'm going to do is click on this and then click on preview. Increase the size. I'm going to do is click on option, fit to screen. There we go. Click on this, it will take me over here. Click on this, it will take me over there. And go back with my navigation key, but I cannot go back from here anymore. I can click on this. Let's just do that over here. I'm going to do is when I click on this back, it should take me over on this specific, page again. Okay, it will take me back. I'm going to do is Click on design again. Alt, Control Z. Control G. I want it to appear over here too so that I can go back to my first page too, okay? So now you can see how it works. I'm gonna do is go off the prototype, and this should take me over here instead of that. It should take me here, and it should take me back. So I'm gonna click on that over here. I'm gonna just click on this back option, even though it's not working right now, because I just applied it right now. So I'm gonna do is, you can see how this works. I'm gonna do is remove this. You can just remove it like that. There we go. I'm gonna click on present again. Now, one thing you can see that if you don't want that specific, prototype, you just drag it out over here, and there we go. The prototype has been removed. So I'm gonna do is keep it like this. There we go. I'm gonna click on present if you want to, but I'm gonna do is click on preview. There we go. This is not the one. I'm gonna do is click on untitled. I'm gonna do is click on this and preview it up. There we go. Increase the size. I'm gonna do is wait until it all loads up, and I'm gonna do is make sure that it is fit to screen and I can see everything. Click on over here, fit to screen. Click on this option and you can see that it's taking me back. Click on this, click on this. There we go. Back. And it's not working, so I'm gonna do is go over here, click on prototype. Make sure it is over here. There we go. It's supposed to take me back right now. I'm gonna do is go over here and you can click on it, and there we go. It's working now. Okay. See? This is like very simple. So hope you understood about how you can prototype. Now, another thing is that you can also apply in animations or how it will work. When you click on prototype, let's say I'm gonna do is click on this option over here. You can see frame now what type of behavior you want. Let's say I'm gonna use flow 1, which is flow 1. I'm gonna click on this no scrolling. This is horizontal. I'm gonna go over here, see how it is. Okay, then you can go over here, put in more interaction. Now what type of drag you want. Let's say I want to maybe navigate to reset video state, cut this off, click on frame. Maybe let's say this time I want it smart animate. There we go. Works a lot more better. I'm gonna just go over here. You can see now it is a bit smoother, right? You can also apply in more animation if you want to. Let's say instead of smart animate, I'm gonna do is make sure it slides in. You can see how it works. Go over here. You can see how it's lit in. You're gonna do the same thing on all of these pages or all of these frames. So hope you understood how you can, prototype in Figma. And thank you for watching this video up till the end. And now let's move on to our next lesson of this course of Figma. Welcome back to another lesson of Figma. In this lesson, we are going to learn about easing option and prototype animation. So we've opened up Figma on our device, okay? Now, the first thing we're going to need is going to be a template or maybe your own work. Let's say your own work, we can do that. But the first thing I'm going to do is go off to the community. I'm going to go off to mobile. I'm going to do a search for something so that it goes good with this lesson, okay? Because we're going to do is do prototyping and also do animation at the same time. And there are a couple of animations which you can apply, okay? So we're going to go through each and every one of them and show you how those actually function in your device. Okay, I'm going to click on, let's say, paid and free over here. I'm going to click on free so that I can open up all of the free ones so that I can explain how it works. I'm going to click on this clouding. Okay, I'm going to click on open Figma, open in Figma. I'm going to wait for a while until it opens up. And then I'm going to do is start prototyping in such a way so that we can, start working on it. But the first thing I'm going to do is, you can see it over here. We have our thumbnails and designs. All of them are over here. You can see a couple of these pages. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is take a couple of pages in my another one. Let's say another file. I'm going to click on new design. Okay. Then the first thing I'm going to do is click on this Control C, paste it. There we go. We have it. I'm going to do is zoom out. I'm going to do is make sure to use 3 or 4 pages. That's like totally fine. I'm going to do select on this, shift, Control C. Paste it. There we go. It's going to take a bit of time to, show up. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to do is you can see a couple of these options over here too. You can use them too whenever you want, but I'm going to do is take a couple of these. Let's say I'm going to do is take 2 of them. Control C because I'm going to be needing them more. Okay. And I have it over here. I'm going to do is Control G again so that I can ungroup it. Just take it right around over here. There we go. Okay, perfect. Now, as we have it over here, but the first thing I'm going to do is go off in this page. And in this page, this is the first one. And I'm going to go off the prototype. And you can see that there are mainly no prototypes over here yet, I guess. Most of the time, there are mostly no prototypes. But I'm going to do is make sure that they are in specific frames. So here in frames, as they are objects, you can see from over here, I'm going to do is turn them into, a prototype so that we can work with it. Now, before turning it into a prototype, the first thing we're going to need is obviously going to be, let's say, how that specific function works. You can see all of them are basically photos, which we cannot select anything. Okay. From here, I'm going to do is go over here and we can select any of these objects which we have over here in product. And this is going to be our frame we have over here. Do zoom out and see if this is how it works. We can see the design. Okay, I'm going to go here on design. Let's say this is also a photo. If this is all into a photo, we're going to do is try using another, let's say I'm just going to go to the community and start our search for something else. Let's say I'm going to do is go off the me time and open this up. Okay, I'm going to just cut this one off or maybe keep it like this. I'm going to go off to untitled. You can select all of them at once and remove it. Just press on delete. Let's just use something different on me time, which we used on the previous one. Okay, I'm going to do select all of them. Control C. Do is go off to untitled, Control V. There we go. We have all of it. I'm going to do select on onboarding and delete. I'm going to do is just use this. Even though all of them are grouped, I'm going to do is just press on Control G and they are ungrouped now. Right click on it and you can see ungroup. There we go. I'm going to right click, ungroup. There we go. We have all of them. Now the first thing we're going to do is apply in, let's say, a background so that we can see it a bit more. Now I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to click on this option over here. I'm going to do is make sure that this is something like this so that works a bit better, right? I'm going to do is cut this off. And as we are going to work with, okay, this one just dissolved. And so I'm going to do is make sure to use something a bit different. I'm going to go over here and do is go on the right. Okay, there's nothing over here. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to do is click on this option over here. I'm going to do is just make sure to use rectangle over here so that it just fills up this whole page we have. There we go. I'm going to do is click on this option over here. Make sure that it is a specific color. There we go. Make sure it's 100. And okay, this will work. I'm going to click on prototype and you can see a couple of them are prototyped, right? I'm going to do is remove them. Now, if you've seen my previous lesson, you should know how you can prototype and how you can remove them. So I'm going to do is first off, remove all of them. And I'm going to do is make sure to do that later on. And you can see that there are a couple of prototypes that are still over here. Just click on anything and you will basically see that which objects or which page have prototypes. So I'm going to do select on them and see if any of them have prototypes. Now, the first thing we're going to do is make sure to prototype it, individually. I'm going to do is click on design first. I'm going to click on the start option. You can see the start. Click on prototype and you'll basically see this option. I'm going to do is take this over here. There we go. We're going to do this later on. And I'm going to do is make sure you can choose the service. Okay. The first thing I want to appear is this specific thing. So I'm going to do is zoom out. First, I'm going to do is, let's say, I'm going to use me time. And then we have is this, hey there, before schedule, please enter your account. So here what I'm going to do is from here, now choose that one that fits you. So from here, I'm going to do is make sure to select anyone. Now, as this is nails, I'm going to do select on specific just nails. Click on prototype, make sure to select that. I wanted to take it right over here. There we go, we have it. Now, what I'm going to do is, let's say, select any of these ones, maybe gel manicure, which we have over here. What I'm going to do is gel manicure. I want it to take me to this one. Okay. Now, before that, what I'm going to do is take this one, specific one, which we have over here. I want it to be over here. What I'm going to do is take it around over here, okay? Want it to appear over here. There we go. Looks a lot more better. Now I want this one to appear in the front. So I'm going to do is take this one and keep it right around over here. There we go. Now what I'm going to do is when a person clicks on this specific start, first off, this one should appear, okay? But when this appears here, what we're going to do is click on login. Let's just go over there, and I'm going to do is maybe get there a login settings, okay? I'm going to do is maybe select this. Okay, let's just remove this whole thing over here, okay? Let's just select this and press on delete. There we go. Now I'm going to do is do the last one. I'm going to do is remove this one over here, which we have. Delete, as I'm not going to need that. So I'm going to do is make sure to use any one from here. Choose a professional. What I'm going to do is select on the specific one, which I have over here, Control C. I'm going to paste it so that I can use this specific one. Okay, I'm going to use delete. I'll take it right around over here. And when I click on the specific one, I'm going to click on prototype. It should take me to this one. I'm going to do is go over here, make sure that all of them has the back button and each of them works, well. I'm going to select on this. I'm going to do select on take it back over here. Zoom in over here. I'm going to do select on this one. Click on prototype and make sure to take it back and do the same thing over here. Make sure to gets back, okay? Now, first off, before getting into animation and easing, which I said, let's just see a preview of how this site or how this interface works. Now, you can see a couple of pages are a bit longer than the other one, but you don't have to worry because this is a phone interface, okay? A phone interface, so you can scroll up and down. I'm going to just click on start. You can see how it works. You can see nails, let's say gel manicure, Anna Smith. Okay, this is not taking me to that. So I'm going to do is make sure when I click on Anna Smith, it should take me over here. Okay, there we go. So it should take me over there. If it doesn't work yet, I'm going to go try back. Okay, nail, gel manicure, nail designer. Okay, I'm going to do is select on this specific one too, and also make sure that it's connected. This is also connected over here, and this whole one is also connected over here. There we go. Let's try this. Now you can see it has taken me to that one. Now, just like I said, as this lesson is about easing and animation on prototyping. So the first thing we're going to do is going to be, let's say, first off, you're going to click on this animation over here or select the prototype which you're working on. And you have to select on this overflow. Now, first off, select on no scrolling and position. Now, what you're going to do is select on this prototype, show prototype settings. Okay. You can see flow 2, flow 3, all of them are over here. Now, I'm going to do is make sure you can remove it too. That's up to you. What I'm going to do is make sure that it is up here. Now you have to select on what type of animation you want. Now either you want it on click or either you want it on drag. Now what if you want it while hovering? It's okay. You can also click on hovering. While hovering, you can see it like this. I'm going to do is make sure to preview it. What I'm going to do is while hovering, it will appear. You can see it like this. Let me just take it over here. When you click on start, it will appear like this. See? It will take me there. See, this is how it will work. Okay. Now, what if I want it while pressing? I have to keep on pressing. You just have to hold it, and then you'll be able to go through that. So I'm going to use either a key gamepad. Okay. You can go through gamepad if you have one. You can select on mouse enter. You can see. Or you can also go on mouse leave. I'm going to go back. You can see there's a bit of delay. See how it works? Then we also have mouse down. And go back. See? Then I'm going to do the last one is mouse up. Okay. So now you know about the basics of this. Now, as we know about how we want it, now what we're going to do is learn about the ease option, because this lesson is about ease. So the first thing we're going to do is when you click on that animation option, I'm going to use click on that option and you have this ease out. Okay. Click on that and you can select whichever type of ease you want to use. Now, if you click on ease in, you'll see the animation. You can see how it works. Then if you want, and let's say I'm going to do is click on drag. Okay. Now, if I click on this ease option, you can see how it works. It will ease in like this. This is the preview. Now, if you want it to ease out, you can see ease out, ease in and out, and then it will go back up again, in and back. Then we have is ease out back, and also ease in and out back. I'm going to do is click on this option. There's this delay because you can see that there's 300 ms. You can also apply custom bezier if you want to. Now you can also apply it according to your need, customize it. Okay. Now I'm going to do is keep it on, let's say on drag. I'm going to do is not custom. Let's say I want it general. You can see connected. Cut this one off. Okay. On drag. Now I don't want it on drag. Let's say I'm going to use while pressing our mouse enter. Click on this preview. You can see how it works. It just eased in. Go back. You can see mouse enter, and it just took me there. So it's like very simple, right? What I'm going to do is go back, and as this is mouse enter. Now what if I want like on drag? See how it works? If I want it while hovering, make it get back. See? It's like very simple to work on with it. Okay, on drag, I'm going to keep it on drag, and this is how it will work. Now, there are also a couple of things which you can go through each and every one of them. Now, if I want to use what service, you can choose the service. Let's say I'm going to do is choose professional. Now, I'm going to do is, you can see choose professional, but I'm going to do is make sure that it is on choose service. Okay, this is just this page. Now, I'm going to do is how I want it. Let's say not 800 ms. I'm going to do is type in 500 ms. Enter. Or maybe type in 600. Okay, this should be a bit slower. Okay. Now, I'm going to do is remove it, or you can also add in whatever you want, but you have to have, a subscription. Now, you can select, let's say, quick if you want it. If you can also select bouncy, you can see it. And you also can use slow. You can also use custom spring. You have to fix it from over here. See? Just cut this off. See? When I drag it, it will, when I press it, it won't. But when I drag it, it will work like this. So I'm going to do is just click it on, or keep it on, just mouse click. Okay, mouse enter. See how easy that is? Or you can also keep it on drag. Well, most of the time I just try to keep it on drag, or maybe just on click. So you can go through a couple of these options on and however you want it basically. So it's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. Now let's just try doing it with the rest of them. So I'm gonna do is go to shift and do a couple of them over here. You can see this is on drag. Now I'm gonna do is click on this option over here. I'm gonna do is click on this option. I'm gonna do is on click. Now select whichever one you want. Choose type. I'm gonna do is navigate to. I'm gonna do is not instant. I want it to dissolve. Okay. I can fix in whatever type of ease you want. Let's say I'm gonna do is ease out back. Okay. Then I'm gonna do is cut this one off, and here I'm gonna do is select on this one. I want it to navigate to, and I also want it to move out, and I want it to be kind of slow. You can see how you can also select on move in and out and fix out what type of move in and out you want. But from here, I'm gonna do is, let's say, choose professional. I'm gonna do is, let's say, navigate to, and I want it to not move out, but I want it to dissolve too. So you can fix out whatever type of dissolve you want. Let's say I'm going to use custom bezier if you want to, or I can say ease in and out. There's perfect. I'm going to use type in 800 ms. There we go, which is also quite smooth. I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to do select on each and every one of them. Do is click on dissolve, click on 800. Okay, perfect. I'm going to do is hold on a shift and go to that side. Cut this one off. I'm going to do is make sure to select that. Do the same thing over here. I'm going to click on instant, dissolve. Make sure this is 800. I'm going to do is, you can use other ones if you want to. Most of the time, I just try using dissolve. You can also use all of them, other ones. Okay, let's just try other ones. You can use move out. You can fix which direction you want it to move out from. Okay, animate matching layers. Okay, let's just not animate the matching layer. You can select 800. Let me just cut this one off. The last one I'm going to do is take this over here. And I want this one over here, which is over here. This one I'm going to do is, let's say I want it to slide or push. Okay, this one is totally perfect. I'm going to do is type in 700. Hit on enter, and you can see how it works. This one I'm going to do is put in another animation. So I'm going to choose the type. Okay. I'm going to do is not instant. I'm going to do is push or maybe slide out. You see slid out. I'm going to do is type in 800. So I can just show it to you how many type of slides are there or animations are there. Okay. I'm going to do is cut this one off. I'm going to use this one. I'm going to do is click on maybe slide out. I'm going to do is click on this. I'm going to do is type in 800 or 700. Enter. And there we go. Now, as we're done with most of the stuffs which we have over here, what we're going to do is click on preview. You can see all of them are really smooth now. I'm going to go back, and this is not the one. Okay, I'm going to just click on this option over here, which we see. I'm going to select on this option and just click on preview. Cut this one off. I'm going to do is first off zoom out. I'm going to do is preview. You can see, click on it, manicure. You can see like this how it works. You can also apply a bit more change on it. I'm going to do is click on this option over here. I'm going to do is on click. Okay, this is on click. This was supposed to be not on click. Okay, I'm going to do is, okay, you can see it though, right? You can see how it works. This is how it works. See, it is on click. You can see, go back, click on it, gel manicure. You can see how it works. I'm going to do is just remove these one first later on, and I'm going to do is apply in more over here. I'm going to do is remove this. I'm going to do the same thing over here if it has any other. Okay, I'm going to do is take this whole element. I'm going to do is just zoom in a bit. I'm going to do is hold on to any element which we have. Okay, there are like two. prototypes over here, so that is why it was not working. I'm going to just take this one. I'm going to do is select on all the elements which we have. I'm going to do is click on the prototype. Make sure it is over here. I'm going to do is not on drag. I'm going to do is, okay, on drag totally works. What I'm going to do is make sure it's 700, and there we go. I'm going to just cut this off. There we go. Cut this off. Even if it's not working, I'm going to just click on it. Even though this is like the third flow, I'm going to just take this one over here. Use as this. Okay, I'm going to do is gel manicure. Okay, I have to like select on this object basically. So I'm going to do is click on prototype and make sure to use this over here. On click or maybe on drag. Okay, on drag is perfect. Then I'm going to do is make sure this is 800. There we go, smoother. Cut this one off. What I'm going to do is make sure to see on the preview. If it's not working, what you're going to do is you can see on drag. So I'm going to do is drag. See? You have to drag it like this. People most of the time don't use drag, but you know, this is how it works when you apply those animations over there. So basically now you know how you will be able to use ease and also prototype, or let's say animate the prototypes in Figma. So thank you for watching this video up till the end, and if you didn't understand a part, please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process. So after you're done, you can see all these objects over here. You can group them up together and, you know, work with them all together. So let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about how we can use the smart animation in Figma. Welcome back to our lesson on Figma. In this lesson, we are going to learn about smart animations. Let's just open up Figma and show you how it works. We are back with this course lesson on Figma of UI UX. Now, in this lesson, what we're going to learn about is going to be our smart animation. So in our previous lesson, if you've seen them, you've basically learned about prototype animation, easing in and out, and also a couple more of them. You've seen about delay and all of those. Even though if you didn't, we're going to cover those up in this lesson. Now, another thing what we're going to learn about is going to be component animation, okay? And also about how we can just use our simple animations on specific components, okay? Now, how do we do that? So there is this feature called Smart Animation in Figma, which we can use to animate components. But this is basically kind of like the same way how we prototyped previously, but it's going to be a bit different. So the first thing you're going to need is going to be a file. So in this lesson, I'm going to be using the file or the template which I used in my previous lesson or made that up. So I'm going to do is open this one which I have over here. I'm going to just click on that. And I'm going to do is wait for a while until it opens up. Now, as you can see that I have all the prototypes and all of them however I wanted it to be. You can see how it is. You can see all of the prototypes. Now, what we're going to do is going to be just like I said, we're going to use the smart animation feature. Now, how does that work? Now, just like I said, it's not going to be the same thing over and over again. So in this lesson, what we're going to do is going to be, let's say, making a component or maybe making something that's going to be a bit different. So the first thing you're going to do is you can see over here is that there's a skip option and start option. Now, I want it to get from here to here, but I want a bit of animation inside of it. You can see all of them have, you know, the same kind of animation, but what I want is maybe a bit different. From over here, we are going to also apply a couple of different animations. Now, the first thing we're going to do is going to be, let's say I'm going to do start off with this one. Click on that option. Click on this. You have these, you know, options over here. Click on this, which we see. I'm going to do is, first off, when we click on this specific element, and I want it to also animate. I'm going to just click on the specific prototype. I'm going to just click on design first. I'm going to just click on maybe choose service. I'm going to just click on choose service over here. I'm going to just click on prototype. I'm going to just go over here. There we go. Now this has been added over here. But I'm going to just click on this option over here. I'm going to just zoom in and you can see that this has been connected. But what we're going to do is click on what type of animation I want, right? I'm going to just click on mix. And here, what I'm going to do is choose the type. It's going to take me to choose type. Here, I'm going to just put in smart animates. Okay. So let's try previewing it on how it works. I'm going to wait for a while until all of it loads up. And if it's like larger than your screen, just make sure to use like fit to your screen and it will just appear perfectly. You don't have to worry about it. Now this is opening up. I'm going to just wait for a while until it all opens up. You can see how it works. I'm going to just click on that. I'm going to go back. You can see how it works. I'm going to just go up to flow 1, 2. You can see how it works. I'm going to click on option, fit to screen. You can see how it is. See? It's quite simple. See, I already applied these in our previous lesson. Okay, I'm going to do is go over here and I want a smart animation. Now, how do I do that? Now, first thing I'm going to do is click on this option. Click on, let's say, I'm going to use not on drag, or maybe I'm going to do is choose the type smart animate. There we go. Click on this option over here. Take this over here. And I don't want custom spring. I'm going to do is click on linear. There we go. I'm going to do is keep it just the way it is. I'm going to do is click on preview and wait until to see how it actually functions or how it works. And after we're done, what we're going to do is use another one, which you're going to do is fit the screen. You can see there's this smooth transition. Now I'm going to do is go off over here. I'm going to do is make sure that there is another copy. Control C, Control V. Just take it around over here, okay? Now what I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to do is take all of these a bit to the side, okay? So that I can work on these ones only. Now the first thing I'm going to do is, when this basically takes me directly over on this specific page, I'm going to do is first off take this over here. I'm going to do is, I want it to be not that visible, or maybe a bit visible, but you know, obviously something different. Now I'm going to do is click on this element over here. I'm going to do is go to the design. Then I'm going to do is fix the transparency. Okay, I'm going to do is click on this over here. I'm going to type in 20, hit on enter. Maybe a bit of pass through. I'm going to do is click on that. I'm going to do is click on this option over here. Okay, I'm going to do select on specific ones. 20. You can see I'm going to do select on this specific photo. 20. You can see 20%. And I'm going to do is type in 20%, hit on enter. Make sure that there is very less. Decrease the transparency. Just type or maybe put in a bit of effect. You can see how it works. Okay. Now the first thing I'm going to do is, if it doesn't work this way, I'm going to do is make sure to select the items, which I have over here. Just delete it. You can put in elements over here. I'm going to do is press on Alt. There we go. Just try keeping it to be 10%. Make sure this is like this. Keep it on 20%. I'm going to go up, click on prototype, and this is supposed to work. What I'm going to do is maybe remove these because I don't need it. I'm going to do select on this, delete. Most probably remove them. What I'm going to do is either take the specific object which I have over here, and I'm going to do is either click on them and remove them. You can see how it works. I'm going to just keep it white. I'm going to click on this option over here, click it to be white. I'm going to use select on the specific color. I'm going to use remove one, select on this color, keep it on white. Massage in here. I'm going to do the same process over here. I'm going to do is remove this, delete, or I'm going to do is just press on Ctrl Z. I'm going to do is remove this photo, and here I'm going to do is just keep it white. Do is remove this photo. I'm going to do is keep it white. There we go. I'm going to do is apply in another photo. I'm going to do is choose image. I'm going to do is go off the desktop where I have my Figma folder, resources, where I'm going to do is select any of these. Let's say it's what it is, maybe massage. So I'm going to do is click on this, massage. And here I'm going to do is apply in another one. Click on this, click on plus. I'm going to do is click on choose an image. As it is, hair. So I'm going to do is click on this hair option. You can see it over here. I've applied in my hair, which you can see over here. Do select this. Keep it 100, hit on enter. Do the same thing over here. I'm going to select on this. I'm going to just click on this color option, and I'm going to click on this plus. And this is most probably, nails maybe. Okay, I'm going to just click on nails. There we go. We have put in our nails, and in our eyebrows, I'm going to do the same thing over here. Click on this plus option, and I'm going to do is make sure to use eyebrow. There we go. We have all of them. I'm going to do is copy the same thing over here. Instead of that, I'm going to do is remove this whole thing, choose service, delete. I'm going to do is select this specific, choose service, which I have over here. Control C, Control V. There we go. What I'm going to do is select on the start option. I'm going to do is click on prototype, and you can see this is still connected. Connected over here while hovering. Okay, not hovering. I want it on drag. Keep it 800 so that I get this smooth animation. Now, what we're going to do is going to be a bit different, okay? So the first thing I'm going to do is when I click on this specific page, it should take me over here instead of this one. Delete. This should not take me there. And the first thing I'm going to do is select on these photos. I'm going to do is go off the design and make sure this is 20. Hit on enter. Do the same thing over here. 20. Do the same thing over here on the specific photo. 20. Select on this. 20. There we go. Now, just as we have it over here, we can also select whichever photo we want to use. Just remove this so that it looks better. Now, what I want it to happen is that I'm going to select this row and also this one. Control G. Groups them up. Now, what happens is that when I click on the specific one, I want it to appear over here. Okay. And in this animation, I'm going to do is select on click. Choose the service, Smart Animate to, let's say, Smart Animate 800. There we go. I'm going to do is change this to service. I'm going to do is choose service to, hit on enter. There we go. What I'm going to do is go off on this frame. I'm going to use try previewing it, and will take a bit of a time to appear up. I'm going to use click on option and fit to screen. You can see how it works. You can see this is this animation over here. You can see this is automatic. So I'm going to do is cut this one off, hit on enter over here. I'm going to do is remove this one. When I click on over here, it should appear this. So I'm going to do is click on this. I'm going to do is navigate to choose service 2. I want it to be 1000. Okay. Then I'm going to do is cut this one off. Preview. Now if I click on over here, you can see that when I click on this option, it should take me to this one. You can see how this appears up. So now you know how you'll be able to animate elements or components in a specific, let's say in a specific file. Now you can also do something like taking this out. I'm going to do is select on this layer over here. What I'm going to do is click on prototype. Select on design. Choose the service, click on prototype. There we go. I'm going to just take it over here. I'm going to do the same thing, 1000, or maybe keep it 800. Not on click. Maybe while hovering is a bit better, okay? Or maybe just keep it on click. But if it's over here, I'm going to do is make sure not on click, but while hovering, okay? So let's try both of them. Again, I'm going to click on preview. There we go. We have to wait a bit. And then until it appears up, okay? Then the first thing I'm going to do is, as this one is going to be fit to screen, there we go. You can see this appears up. You can see, click on this and you can see this appears up. Now I'm going to try the same thing over here by clicking on this over here. And when I click on it, basically it will take me over here, right? I'm going to do is not instant. I wanted this smart animate. Keep it 800 while hovering, obviously. So I'm going to do is go over here, prototype, go back. See how good it looks? It should be a bit above. So I'm going to do is take it a bit above. There we go. See? Looks quite good, right? But if it's like on the same panel, it will look a lot more better. So hope you learned everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to use the Smart Animate option in Figma. Now let's move on to our next lesson in this course of Figma. And if you didn't understand a part, please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process. Welcome back to another lesson on our course on Figma. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the usefulness of sharing and comments, or let's say adding comments in a project or in a file. Now, let's turn on Figma and show you how you will know about the usefulness of sharing and commenting. As we've opened up Figma, we're going to do is open up a previously edited file, and then let's see how we can, let's say how we can share it up, collab with other people, and also add in comments according to my need. Now, the first thing you have to do is open up any of the project. Let's say I'm going to open up this one because I've been using this one for my previous lesson, and I've also prototyped quite a lot of it over here, right? So if you've seen my previous lesson, you already know what type of prototypes I've been doing over here. Now, just like I said about this lesson, in this lesson, we're going to learn about the usefulness of sharing and also collabs, and also how you can add in comments. Now, there are a couple of usage of sharing and collabing and also adding in comments. So Figma basically has this advantage, or let's say a feature, that allows you to work on the same project or same file simultaneously, right? And also adding comments helps that specific person to know what you actually want that person to do if you are not, observing it when he is working on it or she is working on it. Now, the thing is, how do you share your file so that you guys can, share it or work on it simultaneously? So the first thing you have to learn is about sharing. And there are a couple of ways of how you can share. Now, when we say about or talk about sharing, you can see on the right top corner, there is this option called share, right? Now, the first thing I'm going to do is click on share. Now, I'm going to be showing you just this way, or you can also, I'm going to show you a different way later on. Now, the first one is going to be select or send the whole thing to that specific person and also collabing and working simultaneously at the same time. Now, when you want to do that, now you can select a specific person. You have to fix in the email address. So I'm going to choose type in Sebastian2947@gmail.com. There we go. Then I'm going to do is keep that specific person. What I'm going to do is, what can that specific person do? Now, if I want that person to edit, I'm going to click on can edit. If I want the person to view, I'm going to click on can view. And if I want that person to see only the prototypes, then I want that person to see the prototypes, okay? But you can see this is how it works. You're going to need this professional version of Figma so that you can give out prototypes too. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is I want that person to edit up all of the things which I have over here. Now, another thing is that you can also publish your specific work, just like I showed you in, the first lesson of Figma, where you can also publish your stuffs, and also other people can either buy it or use it and promote you, or you can also promote your own self. Now, after I put in my email, you can put in a couple of emails and work at the same time. But obviously, make sure that when you're using the free version of Figma, there's obviously going to be a limit on this amount of person can work on your file at the same time, or you can collab at the same time. So what happens is that when you're using the free plan, it's basically 3 people maximum. So you can put in 3 emails so that 3 people can work on it at the same time. Now, you have this option, which is include a short message so they can jump right in it. Now, I'm going to do is put in something. I'm going to do is type in, let's say, I want you to work on it to make it look blue, and let's say I wanted to make it blue, or I want that person to make it blue, and maybe a couple of borders on first 3 pages / frames. Okay. Now, everyone at any team can access this file. Okay, so when you are sending that people, so that everyone can edit this file or access this file. Now, what do you want? Okay, when you are putting links, this is the same thing as you worked on Google Drive. Now, if you want only the person who has the link or whom I'm sharing it to can access this file, or anyone with the link and password can access this file, or anyone who gets the link can access this file. So I'm going to suggest you that only people invited to this file, because, sometimes if it goes to the wrong person, they can work on it, they can edit your file, and you can, just corrupt those files. So for having that security measurement, I most of the time prefer using this only people invited to this file, so that only the specific people whom I send it to can work on this. And even though I'm the one who's hosting or who's the owner of this page, so if other people sends it to that person, it's not going to work. So make sure to use only people invited, or you can also put in anyone with the link, but you can put in your password if you want to. So when you click on this open with password, you'll basically see that it doesn't work on, on a starter or free one. It doesn't work with password protection. But if you buy the professional one and other, subscriptions, you will be able to do that. So I'm going to do is keep on only people with the file. And then there is the owner, which is you. Now, another thing is that if you want to share it on, let's say, different social medias, maybe let's say your Messenger or maybe your WhatsApp, Telegram, you can say Twitter and all of those. You can also just copy the link and then give it to them. But what happens is that if you don't give them the access, it's not going to work. So if you are copying the link and you want everyone to access it, let's say if you want to publish it, you have to make sure that it is on anyone with link if it is free. But if it is not free, you have to click on anyone with a link and password. So when you want other people to get in, edit it however they want to, just make sure that anyone with link, and then you can copy the link and then give it to that specific person. So I'm going to be showing you later on, but the first thing I'm going to do is link to selection. What I'm going to do is click on it. I'm going to do is click on anyone. Okay, so I'm going to do is press on invites, and I'm going to go off to my Gmail. You can see invited one person who can edit that. Okay, you can also fix up, you can also, you know, resend the invite, remove it whenever you want to, so that's like up to you. Now, as I've sent in my invitation, I'm going to go off to my web browser and show you how this basically functions. Okay, so I'm going to do is open up my web browser right now. You can see my web browser has been opened. I'm going to click on gmail.com, hit on enter. It will take a bit of a time to open it up. You can see my Google Workspace is working. Then I'm going to do is make sure to select the other profile I have or other account which I have. I'm going to do is reduce this size so that I can show you how this basically functions. Now you can see Oni has invited you to edit the file. I'm going to click on that option. Then you'll basically see how it functions. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to go over there. I'm going to just click on open in Figma. Now, when I click on open in Figma, as this is a web-based, or just like I said about Figma, as this is a web-based account, or let's say web-based software, it's going to work just the way you do it. Now, if I click on this option, you can see it over here that Harold, or the account name, is also working on my screen in Figma. So let me just cut off this part. Okay, my account over here is named Harold. Now look at the screen over here. I'm going to do is click on this onboard. Okay, so I'm going to do is click on this option. You can see the Harold screen is over here. So this is basically how you can work on that specific thing simultaneously. Now the first thing is that when I told that specific person, I'm going to go off the Gmail again. I'm sorry, I removed it. Now what it says is that I have to make it a bit blue. Okay, successfully, you have successfully deleted Oni-chan's team or Oni's team. So I'm going to do is go over there and see which account I'm using. I'm going to go back. You can see removed. I'm going to go back over there to is increase the size. There we go. I'm going to do is go back over here. I'm going to cut this off, and I'm going to do is get over here. Cut this off. And just like I said, I want you to work on it to make it look blue, and a couple of borders on the first 3 pages are frames. So I'm going to do that over here. I'm going to cut this one off. I'm going to do is reduce the size, and I'm going to do is increase it. Just like I said, I want that specific person or specific layer to be blue, right? So I'm going to do is make sure that it is a bit over here. I'm going to do is make sure this is a bit smaller and this is a bit larger over here. I'm going to do is make sure that this one is a bit more better. I'm going to do is increase the size a bit. Cut this one off. I'm going to do zoom in so that I can see how this specific page is going to work. Do is make it a bit blue. Okay. There we go. I'm going to do is click on that specific item which I have over here. I'm going to do is change it. You can change it whenever you want. The first thing I'm going to do is turn this blue. You can see the color is also changing on my software. I'm going to remove it, and there we go. I'm going to do is click on 80. There we go. Now it is a lot better. You can select the local variables. You can export it, import it. You can see, click on colors. Okay, I'm not going to use any of those because I'm going to do is just keep it however I want it to be. I'm going to do is remove this first. I'm going to do is click on that layer. I'm going to do is change this color to into blue, just like I said. See, I want it a bit lighter so that it looks good. So there we go. We have it over here. I'm going to just take this one off. You can see if I do this over here, it will also change the same thing on my web browser. So I'm going to open up my web browser. You can see my object has been changed, right? I can remove it from here. You can see it is working simultaneously at the same time. Okay. So I'm going to just keep this just the way it is. I'm going to just change the other one. So I'm going to just click on this specific option over here. I'm going to just change the color over here. I'm going to just click on that option, selection of colors. I'm going to just change it into this one. There we go. I'm going to do is one thing. I'm going to just copy this code, Control C, so that I can use it on the other ones. There we go. I'm going to just click on the skip option, just this text. I'm going to just click on this, paste it, V. There we go. We have the color changed. Do the other ones over here. I'm going to just click on this option over here. Click on this V. Hit on enter. Okay, this is not the color, so I'm going to just click on that option over here. Control C. I'm going to just do the same thing over here. Control V. Hit on enter. And there we go. The color has been changed. Just select this text over here. Do the same thing, Control V, hit on enter. There we go, the color has been changed over here too. I'm going to do the last one here. Select this, hit on enter. I'm going to go down over here, paste it up, hit on enter. And even if I go on the right, you can see all of them has changed at the same time. And you can see Harold, or what that person is doing and what is he working on. So that is basically the advantage of using Figma and how a person can work on it simultaneously, because you can see it too. Even if you're not seeing it, you will be able to see the changes whenever you want. But if you're working at the same time, you will basically see how he is working on it. So it doesn't matter which country you're in or how far you are, you will obviously be able to see or recruit people so that they can work on that specific file or specific site or kit they're working on. Now, I'm going to do is put in a border. I'm going to do select this specific frame, which I have. Click on onboarding. You can see it the way it is. I'm going to just click on this option over here. I'm going to just make sure that this is no outline. I'm going to just select on this. Then I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to go over here. Now, wherever you want it to fix, that's like up to you. Then I want it to see that I'm going to just click on outside of this. There we go. Looks a lot more better. You can see the content. All the contents are over here. I'm going to just click on that specific option over here. Let's take it out over here. Take this one over here. What I'm going to do is take this around over here. There we go. We have it. I'm going to just take this one over here and take this one, or keep it around over here. There we go. So here we have it. I'm going to just click on this onboarding, line which we have over here. I'm going to just take this one over at the top if you want to. You can keep it wherever you want. And also keep it the way you want it to be. I'm gonna just right click on it. I'm gonna do is make sure that it is at the top. So I'm gonna do is bring it forward. There we go. We have it. Let's see on our web browser. Now you can see how it works. What I'm going to do is you can click on that specific option. You can put in strokes just like I said. I'm going to put in a couple of borders. On this one, I'm going to do is increase the size. There we go. I'm going to put in a bit of border on the 3 of them. This is how it will look like. Center. Put in a bit of red. There we go. We have it on the first one. Next one, I'm going to do that over here. This is going to be choose service. I'm going to do is make sure to choose service, not this one. The other one, which we have over here. Choose service over here. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do is click on stroke. There we go. There we go. We have the last one. Then I'm going to do is click on choose service and the last one. I'm going to do is go off the stroke. I'm going to do is click on this over here. Then I'm going to do is increase this or change the color. There we go. So there is done over here. And as this is also working at the same time, I'm going to just cut this off. I didn't want it. And you can see all of the edits has been applied on our specific pages or frames over here on the 3 of these pages. So now you know about the usefulness of collaborating and sharing. Now, one thing is that if you add in a comment over here, let's say I'm going to do is make it green. I'm going to do is make sure to click on this. I'm going to do is type in make it black. There we go. Now this is going to be green and it's going to be black, right? I'm going to do is go off to my web browser again. So now when I opened up my web browser, you can see that there is 2 of these options that are appearing. You can see what I added in as, you know, my comments. You can see make it green 1 minute ago. And on the other one, we also have another one, which is make it black. So I'm going to do is make them black and green. At the same time, I'm going to do is click on onboarding, which you have over here. What I'm going to do is go off the stroke and I'm going to do is make it green, just like it said. Just make it green. Okay, somewhere around green this is. Then I'm going to do the next one, which is choose the service, not this one, choose service 1. I'm going to do is make it black. So I'm going to go off to stroke. And I'm going to do is make it black. There we go. Cut this off. I'm going to do is now I can minimize this. And there we go. We have the changes over here. This is black and this is green. And even though that person is working on this one, that is why it has this red outline. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on the usefulness of sharing and also collabing and also adding in comments. And you can see that you will also be able to apply in comments from your web browser if the other person, you know, adds in something. So I'm going to do is click on this comments over here. Let's say I'm going to do is I want the person to say it is done. I'm going to do is minimize this, or I'm going to do is keep it over here. And you can see that person, it is done. That person has specified it that it is done. And you said make it green. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. And if you didn't understand a part, please let us know and we'll guide you through the whole process. In our next lesson, we're going to learn about on a very important thing in Figma, which is going to be columns and grids, because it's going to help you a lot when you are working on it and aligning specific objects or components in your file. So without any further ado, let's just hop on to our next lesson. Welcome back to another lesson on Figma. Now in this lesson, we are going to learn about columns and grids and customization. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson by opening up Figma. As we've opened up Figma, now the first thing we have to do is open up a new file because we are going to be making grids and columns, right? So I'm going to do is click on design file, click on any of these, only team or whichever one you want from draft if you want to. Now, the first thing we're going to do is click on layers. Now, there is going to be 2 pages which I'm going to be using. Let's say page 2. Yeah, that's totally perfect. Now, in page 1, I'm going to do is click on this option, frame, and you can use whichever one you want, such as TV, wireframe, desktop, or maybe, you know, other ones. You can see that there are a couple of resolutions which you can fix from. So from here, I'm going to do is just click on desktop if you want to. And page 2, I'm going to do is make my own frame. Okay, this is going to be my frame. I'm going to go off to page 1, which is also frame 1. Okay, now in this page 1, there is desktop. Now in this desktop, I'm going to do is make in my grid, right, where I can. Now what we're going to do is click on this option, and you have this option over here called layout grid. You can also see this auto layout option. You can fix it up if you want to. What I'm going to do is remove this and go off to our layout grid. Okay, I'm going to click on this option, and you can see all of this grid option over here. Now the first thing we're going to do is click on this option. You can fix it up however you want to. You can make it visible or not visible. It's up to you. You can fix out more grid. It's totally up to you how you're going to work with it. Now there is this clip content option. You can fix it up from over here. We can click on this option and select the grid styles. Now whatever you want to create, you can click on show more options and fix it up according to your desire. You can fix it up, you can add more and more, and you can also create a style. Click on create style, click on grid option. You can remove it if you want to, you can add it up. Now here what I'm going to do is click on this, right click on this option, and then you're going to do select columns, rows, and grid, whichever one you want. So let's start off with grid and finish all about the grid options. Now in this grid option, now you can fix the size. Let's say I want 20, hit on enter, and you can see this is now 20, right? If you want to change the color of that grid, you can change the color of that grid by changing the color from over here. You can fix it the transparency. You can see it like this. You can also decrease the transparency so it just goes off, you know. Then you can also change other colors. It's totally up to you. You can see it like this, but I most of the time prefer keeping it up from 11 to 15 because, you know, it gives off the best ones. You know, it's a bit visible too. It's not that invisible either. I'm going to just keep it around over here and keep it just like this. You can also fix the transparency just the way you want it. And after you're done, you will be able to see the grid lines. Now, if you want to see more of it, right click on it. Let's say I'm going to type in 30. You can see there are more spaces now. Now, what happens is that when you are applying a shape, let's say I'm going to do is click on ellipse. Just apply in the shape over here. And then you can fix out the size by clicking on them. There we go. I'm going to just take this around over here. And you can fix out the grids. You can see this is up till here, this is up till here. I'm going to do the same thing, click on this option over here. Let's say I'm going to do is make something at the center. I'm going to use grid line, use the grid lines so that I can fix in the size. There we go, totally perfect. You can see it's up over here, and it's also touching this grid and also this grid. So now you know how this also works. All this grid works in Figma. Now, if I say that I'm going to do is click on this grid option, I'm going to do is add in another grid. I'm going to click on this desktop option over here. Click on this grid option, which we have, right click on it. Let's say I'm going to type in 25. There we go. It's still not, you know, that correct. So I'm going to do is fix it up. Maybe a bit on this, maybe a bit to the left, or maybe to the bit to the right. And you can see it is now totally perfect. So now you know about how the grid works in Figma. Now let's go off to the other one, which is rows and columns. Now how are we going to do that? The first thing you're going to do is click on desktop one, which is over here. I'm going to go off on this grid option and right click on it, and you can fix out the columns. You can see there is this column option now. Now you can see that there are a couple of segments inside this specific frame. Okay. Now inside the specific frame, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So I'm going to just click on this desktop. I'm going to click on the column count. What I'm going to do is type in 6, hit on enter. You can see that there is another column extra. If I type in 10, there's 10 column extra. If I type in 2, there's going to be 2 columns and 1 in the segment as 1 in the middle. Type in 1, there's going to be just 1. If I type in 20, hit on enter, and you can see that there are a couple of columns that has been created and also looks better. Now you can also get a preview of it on and see how it looks like in presentation, even though the shapes might not be visible or might be visible. Okay, but you can see that there is no color. So I'm going to do is increase the size and see how it looks like. I'm going to do is, well, basically the rows and columns are not that visible because this just helps you to grid it up, to fix out the size, align the objects. That is why it's not visible like how you see it when you are working on it. So you have to keep that thing in mind. Now I'm going to go through the other tools or other stuffs which we have over here on, our grids and columns and rows. Now I'm going to use apply in more objects. I'm going to use, let's say I'm going to use add in a star. I'm going to just click on this over here. I'm going to go off the grid and fix it up according to my need. So I'm going to click on this option. I'm going to remove this because I don't need it right now. I'm going to click on desktop 1. I'm going to use right click on it. So I'm going to use go off the grid, which is 25 over here. Now you can see that this is not totally perfect. So I'm going to use increase the size of this. Zoom in. You can see perfectly placed. There we go. We have it. And this is how it will look like. Okay. So hope you understood everything about this. I'm going to use, make sure this is, do not hold on shift. Make sure to hold on it. And there we go. You can see this matches this line. And also this one, just like this. But why isn't this one, touching that? Because, the stars have the top one to be a bit longer than the ones which we have on the other ones. Okay, let's say I'm going to just take it right over here. There we go. Looks a lot better. Okay. I'm going to do is apply in a couple more shapes. I'm going to do is click on frame, or maybe click on this option, click on polygon. Maybe I'm going to do is add in a shape over here and make sure to touch a line. There we go. What I'm going to do is make sure that it hits up this line and hits up this line at the same time. You can see this is not totally perfect because this one doesn't match this up. So I'm going to do is take this one over here. There we go. We have it over here. Totally perfect. I'm going to do is take this one at the top. Okay, I'm going to do is, cut this one off a bit. Up till this line. Just take this one either at the top or either at the middle. So it's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it, okay? Okay, there we go. We have it. Now you can see this. You can fix out the radius. You can fix out if it should be round or if it should be, a bit round or maybe pointy. So I'm going to just keep it like this, even though it is still working. And just keep it around over here so it looks good. Okay, and if I keep it to be like this, you can see it matches it up. Okay, even if it doesn't, just make sure to remove it and keep it aligned to the grids. I'm going to just click on this desktop app again. You can go off the grids as we have done with grids. We can go off the columns again. Then you can do the same thing over here by selecting which color you want. You can also fix out which transparency. Let's say I'm going to type in 60. There we go. We have 60 over here, but I don't want that. Just remove it. There we go. Then you can select what type of column do you want. Now I'm going to click on stretch, which is already always applied. Now if I want a center, I can also keep it center aligned. Now what if I want it on the right side? You can see all of them are on the right side. If I want them on the left side, just click on left and all of them will go to the left side. Okay, so starting 20 from the left side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 20 from the left. If I type in 40, hit on enter, you can see it has most probably filled it up. Okay, yes it did. So, 40 from the left to right, it's totally up to you. But if we keep it like stretched, you can see all of them will be on, let's say, fit to screen. So 40 of them are now inside of the specific frame, which we have over here. You can fix the width. Now let's say I'm going to do is click out on center. Now if I'm going to do is I want the width to be 25, hit on enter, or 23. Now I want the width to be 12. You can see the 12 width. Now I can also keep it 40. You can see all of them are now a bit fatter. I can fix the offset too. Now you have to keep it on the left or right to fix out the offset. Now I want the offset to be, let's say, 5 from each other, or let's say the offset from the left to be 5. I want the offset to be 20, hit on enter. You can see the offset 20. I'm going to just cut this off to type in 12. You can see now the offset 20. I'm going to type in offset 12, the offset to be 14, offset to be 40. You can see the 40 offset over here. So this is basically how it works. So 40 from here will be removed, or from here will be removed. So the last one we have is gutter. What I'm going to do is keep it on stretch. What I'm going to do is keep it to be 30. Now I want gutter, so I'm going to use type in gutter to be 34, hit on enter. You can see the 34 gutters has been added over here. You can see a couple of them, the gaps. You just type in 21. There we go. The gutter is now changed. Now if I want it to be maybe 4, hit on enter, you can see that there is really less space. So these are the gutters. You can fix the margins. Like I'm going to type in 23. You can see that there is a bit of margin in there. And if I want the gutter to be 9, there's going to be a bit more space. So now you know about how the columns work in Figma and how you can work up with it, or you can also fiddle with a couple of tools which you have here on Figma, and these margins, grids, rows, and column tools. Now the last one which you're going to see is going to be rows. Well, the rows is going to be quite the same. So from here, you're going to do is click on the count. You can fix out the count, whichever one you want. You can fix out auto if you want to. But here I'm going to do is click on rows and not auto. I'm going to do is type in 5, hit on enter. You can see that there is a bit of more space on these ones instead of these ones. It's because of the margins, okay? Now I'm going to do is click on over here. I want it to be 19. Now I want it to be stretch. That's totally perfect. Now from here, I'm going to do is type in 0. There we go. And the gutter, I want it to be 20. There we go. We have it. And you can see most of them look quite aligned to each other. No one or none of them have like more space or less space than the other. So if you are working with this rows, columns, and grids, make sure to fix it up according to your need and also perfectly so that it looks better when you are working or putting in elements. So most of the time, I prefer using the grids instead of the other ones. You can see because it allows you to align your objects like align to the lines over here. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. And if you feel like you didn't understand a part, or if you have any questions related to this lesson, make sure to let me know, because I will obviously be there to help you up so that you can understand all about these objects or these tools in Figma and how those actually function. Now you can also, when you are done editing and you have nothing selected, you'll basically see this grid style option. You'll be able to fix in the grid style and what you want it to say, what is the description, you can fix it up. You can see if you want it to be visible or not, so you can see it over here, but we don't have any object selected. I'm going to select on this option. I'm going to click on minus, and you can see that there's a minus. No grids. Press on Control Z, and it will appear up in just a moment. You can also apply in grids. If you try over here, you can apply in strokes, basically not grids. So what is that you can apply in strokes from here. You can apply inside or outside. It's up to you. You can apply in effects like drop shadow, maybe other effects. We're going to go through that later on. Now, I hope you learned everything in this lesson. And if you don't understand a part, just like I said, please let us know. And you can also fix out more grid options over here. And let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about the usefulness and color or color management in Figma. Welcome back to another lesson on our course of Figma. In this lesson, we are going to learn about color inspiration, color palette, and the eyedropper tool. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson on Figma and open it up. you can see that I have opened up Figma on my screen. Now, what is the first thing I'm going to do is go off to the community, and there is this extension which I'm going to use. So let me just show it to you how it works. I'm going to click on Explore Community. And there, I'm also going to show you a couple of sites where you will be able to use those, interfaces and use those, sites to get out your own type of color palette or maybe your inspiration and all of those. Now, when you go over here on the community, when you just go down and you have this kit, which is your UI kit called Terraform, okay? Now you can take out this Terraform if you want to, or you can also use other, other kits so that you can take the color or get the inspiration from. Because when you are presenting any kit or any file, color plays a really important role because it has to be eye-catching if you want other people, or if you want to gain the attention or, seek the attention of other people. So I'm going to do is take this Terra kit form, or UI kit. I'm gonna do is open in Figma. I'm gonna wait for a while, and I'm gonna wait until this Terra kit form or Terraform UI kit is opened up on my Figma workspace. So it has loaded up, and now you can see that we have this cover, credit, introduction, token, components, and then file assets, whatever you want over here. Okay, now from here on components or tokens, there is this color palette over here, or this whole, page, which you can copy it up and use it up as taking as a palette, okay, or you can use it as a palette. Now you can see you'll also be able to select specific color palettes from over here and use it for your own work. What I'm going to do is take this whole thing off. I'm going to do is press on Control C. I'm going to go off to my home, and I'm going to do is get onto the untitled, which I already have over here. Then I'm going to do is go off to page 2. I'm going to do is take this or delete it. Frame 1. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to do is just delete. I'm going to paste this over here. You can see that I have my color color palette over here. Now, this is not just the one which I need, so I'm going to do is also take this whole thing off. I'm going to go is take it for the first page. There we go, we can see it. Now we can see that we have our palette over here. You can see the shades and all of those. Now I can also use this to make up the color palettes. I'm going to do is click on this option, click on this tool, click on this option, and you can select whichever color you want from over here. Let's say I'm going to want to use this. There we go, the color has been added. If I want to change the color over here, I'm going to click on this option, click on this eyedropper, and I can use whichever color I want. I'm going to click on this option, click on this, click on the eyedropper. I'm going to do is use maybe this one over here. The last one I'm going to do is take this. I'm going to do is click on the eyedropper. I'm going to do is use this. So basically what happens is that I have 4 of these shapes exactly by using our eyedropper tool and coloring them up. Even though this is just, let's say a resource which I'm using right now. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is going to be, let's say, going off to a couple of sites which I most of the time use for my color inspiration and also our color palette. So go off to your web browser. You can see that I'm on my web browser, Opera GX. Now from here, I'm going to do search for color hunt. Hit on enter, and you can see color hunt, color palette for designers and artists over here. Now, one thing from here is that you can select specific colors. You can take the specific codes and then paste it up from there. Okay, you can open it up, check it a bit more. It's up to you. You can also download the image if you want to. Well, we're going to show it to you later on. And there's going to be another site which is going to be Adobe Colors. And you're going to do is adobecolor.adobe.com. You're going to open it up, and you're going to do is explore all the colors which you have. Now, one thing about this Adobe Color is that you can fix up your own color palette according to your desire. So you can see this is the color you can use. You can see whenever you change the color, it's going to give you the other colors which match up with that tone. So you don't have to worry about it. You can just take it, change it. You can see this is how it will look or look good. You can see this is how the color patterns change. You can use the, picker tool or eyedropper tool and select all these colors over here. It's like totally up to you. Now, one thing about this is you can also extract themes. You can drop your icon or drop your file, and it will give you what type of color you should use for your item or for your component. Now, there is also extract the gradient. It also helps you in such a way so that you can, extract whatever type of gradient you should use, or suggested searches or suggested color palettes you will be able to use for your design or for your component. Now, there is also this accessibility tool. What you can do is fix out the text color and the background color, but we're not going to use that anymore. I'm going to go after the color wheel or go after explore. Now, when you go after explore, you will basically find out a lot of colors which you'll be able to use and what type should be used in this specific photo or specific elements. You can go through them. You can download as JPEG so that you can use it whenever you want, so that you can see in this photo over here only these color palettes or this color palette is used. So you can select whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to do is I'm going to download as JPEG. I'm going to do is add into library. You have to first off sign up, make sure to use whichever one you want. So here I'm going to do is continue with my Google. Now when I hit on this download as JPEG, you can see this is downloaded. Now you can also go off the trends and find out whichever type of inspiration you want. One thing, or one of the most advantageous thing about this adobe.com or colors.adobe.com is that it gives you a solid color, or let's say the solid colors which are being used in that specific photo. Even though you can see in a couple of other websites, there's just gonna give you colors, but it also gives you a preview of what colors are being used and how it will look good. So, and another one is this color hunt. There is categories of color palettes which you will be able to use. You can see from here, you can select the pastel type of colors. If you want something vintage, you can go off the vintage type of colors. You can go off the retro type of colors. You can go off the neon type of colors. It's up to you. So in neon, I'm going to do is make sure to download this or maybe use the hex code. So let's try off by adding in our palette first. You can see over here, I'm going to do is click on this option over here. I'm going to do is click on place image. Now from here, I'm going to do is select this, open, and there we go. We have our color palette, our color pattern, which we're going to use. I'm going to do is keep it right around over here, which you'll be able to use. Now I'm going to do is go off to my web browser again and paste in 5 of these photos. So I'm going to download 5 of the palettes which I'm going to be using. Also, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to download as JPEG. I'm going to do is maybe, so you can see over here that if you want fashion, there's categories. You can use these type of patterns or these type of palettes. If you are doing graphic designing, you can use these. You can view more. So I'm going to click on view more as we are doing a bit of graphic designing. So let's say I'm going to do is maybe use this. This looks good. Okay, 2. We're done with 2. Now I'm going to do is maybe we'll take this. Okay, this looks a bit too, same. Click on this. There we go. We're done. Now let's see the other ones which we have. We have illustrations. You can use that. I'm going to do is download this one. Looks really good, to be honest. Now you have UI UX, which is one of the main part which we're doing is UI UX. So I'm going to do is maybe use this. This also looks like the Italian flag, or maybe, the flag of France. Okay. Now I'm going to do is take another one, which is going to be this one. Okay, there we go. We're good to go with all of them. I'm going to do is minimize it. I'm going to do is click on this option over here. Click on place, image. I'm going to do is select on this color over here. Press on open. There we go. We're done with that part. I'm going to do is use this one over here. Place image. There we go. We are done with this one. I'm going to do is take this one over here. Press on open. I'm going to go to the right. There we go. We have another one. I'm going to do is click on place image again. Do is go down, and this time I'm going to use this. Press on open. There we go. Click on this again. Place image. I'm going to do is take this, or maybe this. Well, both of them looks quite the same, so I'm going to do is just take one of it. And I'm going to do is take the last one, which is going to be this one. Just like I said, this looks like the France, flag of France. You can see. So we have the color palettes which we are going to be using. Now I'm going to just take them in such a way so that I can use it whenever I want. I'm going to just take this over here and take the last one right over here. There we go. Looks all good. Now I'm going to do is take in the patterns. If you can, take in whatever you want to or however you want to. You can use out that color palette if you want to. Let's say you can take up these elements too at the same time. You can see how it looks like. I can click on this desktop one and use or change all of it or move it whenever I want it to move. Just take it right over here so that I can get access to all the palettes at the same time. Even if it's not that visible, just take one of the palettes down here. There we go, which looks a lot more better. So you can see all of the elements all at once. There we go. So I'm going to just click on this option over here, click on fill. Now another thing, I'm going to go off to my web browser. Now I want to use a specific color palette from my web browser from Color Hunt. So I'm going to go off to my web browser and use hex codes. Now I'm on my web browser again. Now just like I said, I'm going to be using neon, right? So I'm going to do is take this copied. I'm going to do is take that one. I'm going to do is paste this one. I'm going to do is click on it. So I'm going to cut this off. Press on Control V, hit on enter, and can you see this color has been added? I'm going to use click on 100. I'm going to use first off, click on, just select on this desktop. I'm going to do is make sure this is fulfilled. I'm going to do is remove it. You can see how it looks like. And I'm going to do is take the other one, which I have over here. I'm going to do select on this, and I'm going to do is take another, hex code, which I have. I'm going to do is take this one this time. I'm going to go off to Figma again. I'm going to do is paste this one over here, cut this off. Control V, hit on enter. You can see this is applied. I'm going to go off to my web browser again. I'm going to do is take this one this time, copied. I'm going to do is click on this option over here, remove, Control V, hit on enter, and do the last one. Take this and copy it over here. Control V, hit on enter, and you can see that my elements are of the same color palette. Now I'm going to do is apply a couple of shapes over here. I'm going to just make this one over here. Press on Alt so that I can copy this up over here. Just copy another one over here. There we go. I'm going to do select on this color. I'm going to do is take this. I'm going to do is select on this color option. I'm going to do is take this option over here. I'm going to do is maybe use this one. This. Do is select on this color option. I'm going to do is click on this hex or this eyedropper. I'm going to do select on this, click on this color, eyedropper, click on white. What I'm going to do is make a couple more of these, There we go. I'm going to use Alt. There we go. I'm going to click on this option, click on this color palette. What I'm going to do is click on this color over here. I'm going to just do the last one. Click on this option over here. Click on color palette. I'm going to do is use this color. So we have these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colors by using our color palette. Okay. I'm going to do is right click on it. And do is make sure to move to page or bring to front. You can see how it looks like. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on color palettes, color inspiration, and also, eyedropper tool. So now you know where you can find the eyedropper tool or wherever it is. You have to just click on the colors which you have, click on the color option, and you will basically have this eyedropper tool. And you also have this hex code. If you want to use RGB codes, you can also use RGB codes. You can also use CSS. You also have HSL and also HSB. So it's like totally up to you which color or what type of color you want to do or want to work with. Okay. And just like I said, you can also use this really basic, UI kit, which I opened up, which is the name of Terraform UI kit. And it is also quite helpful when you're working with it because, couple of times I used it because, it has a couple of colors which I can, blend it up on, use it whenever I want to. But if you want better, color palettes, color, inspirations, you can go off to the web browser. and use whichever one you want. And even though in color hunt there's this popular, what is popular in the specific month, in the specific year, or all time. So in this month you can see that this is the specific color that is quite popular, and people are liking it more because it is based on the likes and reviews what people are giving every time. Then of the year is going to be this one, which received like 21,000 likes and 226. And of all time is this one, which has been uploaded 8 years ago, and it still has 61,000 likes. Okay, so it's going to be based on what type of color you're trying to search for. If you want any random generator, just click on random and it will give you random colors, but you don't have to worry because it's going to give you like really good colors which you can use it. And if you want anything specific generatical, you can just go off to Adobe or colors.adobe.com, and here you have what type of colors you can use for what type of work. As in, you can see for architecture you can use these type of colors, and if you want more, just click on more. If you want some game design, just go off over here. You can use whichever color pattern you want. If you want wilderness, these are the ones. Then flavors, then we have travel, and there's obviously other stuff like illustration, graphic design, fashion, and all of them. And you can also search for colors and modes and also add to your library so you don't lose any progress or lose that specific palette. And one thing you have to keep in mind that whenever you're doing this work, make sure to save those palette up so that you can use it later on. And also make sure to stay connected to the internet and also stay connected with your account. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. And if you have any questions or if you didn't understand any part, please let us know and we'll guide you through the whole process. And feel free to ask us any questions. So let's move on to our next lesson. Welcome back to another course lesson on Figma. In this lesson, we are going to be learning on, or let's learn about gradients. Now, in our previous lesson, we most of the time showed you about solid color and all of those. But this time we're going to show you all about the gradients option and all the functionality Figma has to offer with gradients. So you can see that I have opened up Figma, right? Now from our Figma, what we're going to do is open up the previous file which we had. I'm going to do is click on this and it will open up in just a second, okay? And we also have a couple of these palettes which we can use. Now, the first thing we're going to do is go off to page 2. I'm going to do is remove this, delete. I'm going to do is make a couple of, let's say, frames. Click on frames. This time I'm going to use a mobile frame. Let's use a couple of them. Click on frame again. Let's say I'm going to do is make a couple of them. Control C, Control V. Okay, we have 4 of these frames, right? What we're going to do is put 4 shapes on 4 of these frames. Then we're going to do is apply in our gradients. Now, the first thing we're going to do is go off to our shapes. Now, let's start off with our star tool. I'm going to do is make our star, make sure this looks perfect. So I'm going to do is make it look perfect. Now, how do you apply the color? Obviously, we selected it. I'm going to do is go off to fill, right? Now, obviously, we're also going to use some references and where you get the inspiration. We're going to use a website called Gradients. We're going to go through that later. But first I'm going to do is apply in a couple of these shapes. Let's say this time I'm going to use a polygon. There we go. We have our polygon. Then the next one is going to be our ellipse. And the last one we're going to apply is going to be a rectangle. So I'm going to go off to the last frame, hold on to shift, and there we go. We have our rectangle. So I'm going to do is keep it this way so it looks good. There we go. Now, the first thing we're going to do is start off adding this. You can also make it, fix the ratio according to your need. Let's say if you want it like this, you can keep it just the way you want it. Now, I'm going to do is click on this option, and I'm going to do is click on this fill option. Click on this fill option, and you have these couple of, tools which you can use. So the first thing you're going to do is make sure that it is on hex, and click on this option, which is called gradients. Now, when you click on gradients, you'll be able to apply gradients according to your need. You can also delete it. You can also see that there are mainly 2 colors which you'll be able to apply. Now, the first thing we're going to do is open up a website which is called Gradients on your web browser. So I'm here on my web browser. Let's search for Gradients. I'm going to do is click on Gradients, and there we go. So this is the site where you can find out couple of gradients, tools, or let's say gradients colors which you'll be able to apply. Let's say I want to use this specific color, so you can just click on plus. You can apply in colors over here. You can see the degrees too of the specific color. You can see how it works. Now I'm going to do is select on copy CSS. Now I'm going to go off to my Figma, and as I'm on Figma, what I'm going to do is from here I'm going to click on CSS. I'm going to do is paste this over here, press on enter, and you can see the color has been applied. You can see like this. You can fix in more colors according to your need and change the color wherever you want it to be. But this is still not working, right? So you have to select specific colors. Let's say I'm going to do select on this specific color, which you have over here. Get on hex. And I do is cut this off, which you have to do is select the specific color, which you have. Let's say on the first one, I'm going to do is select a specific color by selecting it from our web browser. I'm going to do select on this. You can see the color code. I'm going to use copy. I'm going to just paste it on my Figma. I'm going to do is make sure to select this one over here. Control V. Hit on enter. You can see the color has changed. And the next one I'm going to do is apply the another one. I'm going to do select this one. Copy it. Control C. Minimize it. Paste it over here. Enter. You can see this is the color. Select the third one. Okay, make sure to select or paste it perfectly. You can see it like this. And the third one we're going to do is take another one. Here I'm going to do is select on this color. Copy this code, Control C, and paste it up right over here. Enter, and you can see 3 of the colors has been applied. Now I'm going to do is take it a bit at the top so it's visible. Take it a bit over here. Take it a bit over here. You can also fix the angles if you want to. Let's say I'm going to do start off from here. Just take it a bit over here, and there we go. Now I'm going to do is make sure to select the other one. You can see the gradient has been applied, and it looks quite good, right? We're going to do the same thing on the other ones, which we have is this rectangle or triangle and our ellipse. Now click on this ellipse. If you want a rounded corner, make sure to use this option. You can also fix up, the counts if you want to. You can fix it up. You can see like this, and you can fix the count. This is 3. And you can also fix up other counts. You can see there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and also make sure whichever one you have to use. Now I'm going to keep it on count 3 because that is what a specific rectangle is. Do the same process. I'm going to click on this option over here. Make sure to click on gradients. Now this time I want to use 5 colors. Yes, you can do that. Click on here over here for 5. Okay, there's 5 colors now. I'm going to select on this one. Make sure to copy that one. Now I'm going to do is click on the ones which I want to use. Now you can see most of them are 2. Okay, I'm going to do is you can see fallback BGC. You can download it up according to your need. Now I'm going to do is go off to other ones. You can also do that. Let's say from here I want to apply maybe. Okay, let's just go. Okay, we're going to use this. Okay, I'm going to do is select this. Control C. Minimize this. Paste it up. Hit on enter. You have this color. Do the second one. Remove it. Delete. I'm going to go off to that website. I'm going to do is select on this. Control C. Paste it up over here. Enter. Do the next one. Okay, now this one I'm going to do is delete. Press on delete and that will be deleted. Just remove this. I'm going to do is select on the next color, which I have. Control C. Let's just, minimize the size so that I can use it. Just take it right over here. Just paste it over here. Hit on enter. You can see the third color has been added. I'm going to just drag it a bit down. Drag it a bit down over here. And just apply in a different color. Let's say here I'm going to do is instead of that I'm going to just apply in, let's say, a bit of yellowish. And the last one I'm going to do is use a bit of reddish. There we go. Looks quite good, right? 5 of them at the same time. What I'm gonna do is make sure this is a bit angled. There we go. We have it. I'm gonna do is select on the other tool. And there we go. We have 2 gradients on 2 of these shapes. Now let's go off to the circle. Click on this. Now, if you want to apply an arc, you can select on this dot over here. You can make an arc if you want to. Let's say I want it up till here. Just keep it this way. You can also make the same shape over here. You can rotate it. What I'm going to do is take this one over here. And there we go. We have it, right? Then you can also select both of these objects, group them up, and then apply your color. I'm going to click on this option, and you're going to do is select on whichever color you want, but I'm going to do is click on gradients. I'm going to do is apply in couple more. We're going to need a couple more of them at the same time. Now this time I'm going to do is make up my own color. Select on this. Let's say I want red first. Then I'm going to do is select on the next one. I want in a bit of this. On the next one, I'm going to do is a bit of this. On the third one, I'm going to do is a bit of greenish. And on this one, I'm going to do is a bit of maybe a bit more green. And the last one, I'm going to do is a bit more, bluish. There we go. We have it. Fix out your transparency. And there we go. We have it, right? I'm going to select on outside. And there we go. We have our pattern. Now you're going to select on this. You can fix out where you want it to be. And select on the other ones. Select on the other tool which you have. Select on this. Click on gradients. And there we go. There we go. We have it. And you go. You can see how this works. We have our third gradient applied. Now let's do the last one. I'm going to do is make sure the radius is also a bit rounded to the corner. Do select on this option, click on this color, then you're going to do is click on gradients, and I'm going to do is obviously apply in at least 4. I'm going to do is take it over here. You can also drag it from here also. That's like totally up to you. You can also fix in the size. That's up to you, which is also the anchor. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is go off to my web browser. From here, I'm going to do is find out something that looks good, right? I'm going to do is go over here, and I think I kind of like this color, so I'm going to do is take all of these codes. Or you can also take the whole, copy the CSS, copied. I'm going to do is make sure this is angled perfectly. Okay, I'm going to just add in a bit more. There we go. I'm going to do the last one to be a bit of this. I'm going to do is copy the CSS. I'm going to take it right over here. Let's try type in CSS. Control V, hit on enter, and you can see only one color has been, applied. Because, obviously all the colors were not applied because we have to put the same thing on all of them. Control Z. See all the colors. Well, if it doesn't work, make sure to select each and every one of them. Remove, click on hex, remove, and go off to your web browser. And when you select this code, Control C, we'll just cut this one off. V, hit on enter. You can see the next one. Do the third one, go off to your web browser. I'm going to do is select on this color, Control C, minimize it, V, hit on enter. On the third one, I'm going to do select this color, remove it, go off over here, the next color, Control C, minimize, cut this one off, Control V, hit on enter. The next one is going to be this one. We're going to need another one. Just take it over here, take this one down, do select on this, remove it, delete. On my web browser, I'm going to do select this one, Control C. I do is paste this, Control V, hit on enter, and the last one I'm going to do is paste it right over here. I'm going to do is take this one, Control C, paste it over here, enter. Then I'm going to do is fix the angle. You can select the transparency. Do the last one over here. There we go. I'm going to do is fix the angle. There we go. We have it. So I'm going to just take this one a bit at the top, a bit at the bottom, right over here, a bit over here, and a bit over here. Okay. I can see that we have 5 colors on this specific, object. Now, what we're going to do is obviously going to copy the whole thing and apply it to another one. So another thing is that on all of these shapes, what we did is use the linear gradient function, or our functionality. But this time, you can also see that when you are using the gradient, there are also other methods. Let's say I'm going to click on this option, or maybe this one looks too good. So I'm going to go over here, click on this option, and from here you have this linear option. You can see it over here. Now, what if I want something a bit different? Okay, so I'm going to do is cut this one off. I'm going to do select this linear option, which you have. Just take it a bit at the top. You can click on plus, and you can name it. Okay, you can click on linear and what type of, gradient you want. What if I want radial? You can see now it is a bit radial. You can select on this. You'll basically see how it works. You can see this is how it will work. See yellow at the end. Okay. You can also do angular if you want to. You can fix out which angle you want to apply which color to be. You can also do this over here, and there we go. Looks a lot better, right? You can do the same thing on each and every one of these shapes which we have. Click on this option, click on linear. What if I want radial, right? You can see the radial. You can see the angular. You can fix out the angular colors according to your need. You can keep it like this. You can keep it like this. There we go. Looks a lot better, right? Looks a lot good. You can also fix where you want the center to be, because you can see now this is the center. So you can apply the same thing on each and every one of them. Double click outside, and then you can see your, that's been deselected. Let's do the same thing over here. Now this time I want diamond. So I'm going to click on this option, click on diamond. You can see now this has been diamond. So I'm going to do is keep it at the first. I'm going to do zoom in. You can see keep it at over here. You can fix it up like this. I'm going to do is keep it up over here so that it looks, perfect. Just keep it a bit at the top, or maybe a bit over here. This one a bit out, and this one more outer. There we go. See, this looks really good. Okay, not as good as this, linear, but kind of works, right? So this is how you'll be able to play around with, gradients and also apply whichever color you want. Now, even if you don't want to use it, just click on it, click on this option over here, and just click on solid, and then you're good to go. But if you go back to gradient, you don't have to worry, because the same presets or the same customizations will still be there for you to work on from the next one when you are trying to work on it. You can also save it up and use it for a later purpose. Well, we're going to show that to you in our next lesson. So in our next lesson, we're going to learn about the color styles, on how you'll be able to apply in colors and all of those. Okay, so hope you learned everything in this lesson about gradients, and also make sure to use this website or web, page you have in your web browser, which is called Gradients. Just not the D, okay, gradients. So you can use it whenever you want, and there are obviously other, you can see CSS gradient, there's Dribble, there's One Page Love. You can use whichever site you want to use to get your own, inspiration and all. You can use the palettes maybe, and even if you want to use the color palettes, which I use in my previous lesson, make sure to use that. Let's say I have it on page 1, you can use them as gradients, or select different object and make your own type of gradients. So it's like totally up to you. So thank you for watching this video from the beginning to the end, and if you didn't understand a part, and if you have any questions, please let us know and I will help you through the whole process. Now let's move on to our next lesson of color styles. Welcome back to another course lesson on Figma. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the color styles and how we can change colors and also copy other colors of any specific object or even components which we have in our, let's say, our layer, or maybe our page, or maybe frame, or shapes. So the first thing we're going to do is open up Figma and start off this lesson. So you can see that I have opened up my Figma. Now here, what we're going to do is, just like I said, this is going to be all about the color styles in Figma, right? Now the first thing we're gonna do is open up our untitled, which I have over here. Now the first thing after I open up my untitled is going to be, in our previous lesson we've done a couple of things such as applying gradients in our page 2, right? You can see all the gradients which have been applied. Now what if I say that I want the specific photos or maybe a specific preset applied to the other elements which I'm going to be applying or making right now? Now how do I do that? So first things first, I'm going to do is copy up this frames which I have over here. I'm going to just click on this or maybe this one. Let's say I'm going to click on this. I'm going to use Control or Alt, and there we go. We have our shape. I'm going to just remove this. Control C, Control V. Okay, 4 times. So we're going to do is apply 4 of these shapes again. Okay, I'm going to use most of the time use the rectangle. Let's say I'm going to use keep it up till here. Control C, Control V most of the time. Hold on to Alt. There we go. C, Alt, and there we go. We have 4 shapes right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. What we're gonna do is make another copy of this. I'm gonna do is increase the size. Press on Alt. Take this to be over here. There we go. We have 3 of these shapes. I'm gonna do is hold on to Alt and do the same thing over there. And on each one of them, I'm gonna do is make different ones on different, okay. So I'm gonna do is hold on to Alt. Okay, let's just copy this whole thing over here so it looks better on each and every one. Obviously, we're gonna do is apply, different stuff on different one of them. Let's just not copy it. I'm gonna do is make sure that it looks good. There we go. Now we have 4 pages, 4 frames, and also a couple of shapes. Now what I'm going to do is select on them. The first thing I'm going to do is select on this, okay? Then I'm going to do is click on this option over here. Now library, I'm going to just add it up. Now I want to save this specific color type, okay? Well, let's say I'm going to do is type in fade. Now what is it for? I'm going to do is type in shape. Shape 1. I'm going to do is create the style. Now you can see the fade style has appeared over here, right? Now if I click on this option over here, I'm going to go off the fill and I'm going to do search up for the library, and you can see there's this option called fade which I just created. I'm going to click on that and you can see that specific element has been made over here, or that specific gradient has been applied over here, right? Now you can also click on it and go off to this option over here. Now you basically won't be able to go through colors and all because this is, termed as a resource. We can do the same thing on each and every one. We can select on both of them over here. I'm going to click on this color option. I'm going to click on libraries. I'm going to click on fade. You can see it has been applied on all of them. I'm going to just click the radius. The same thing. Okay. And you can see how this basically looks like, right? So all of them have the same color type and same angle on each and every one. Let's do the same thing over here. Let's delete this, and instead I'm going to do is maybe this time I'm going to use this polygon over here to obviously make this shape. I'm going to just take this right over here. There we go. Looks good. Then I'm going to do is select this. I'm going to click on this color option. Click on plus. This is going to be polka. The do is click on that value, not that specific value, obviously. I'm going to do is not this specific, just a one color. I'm going to do is click on libraries, click on plus, not that specific value. Click on style, and then you're going to change the color. Let's say polka. Description, triangle. Create the style. There we go. We have another one. Let's say I'm going to do the same thing over here. Click on this option, click on library, click on style. Let's say this one is going to be sunset. Do is for circles and arcs. Create the style. The last one is going to be for rectangles. I'm going to click on plus, click on styles. I'm going to do is this one is going to be an L, so I can just keep it an L. Now this one is going to be for rectangles, squares. Create the style. I'm going to do is apply all of them right over here. Let's say I'm going to click on this option over here, go off the libraries. I'm going to do is obviously use polka. You can see that has been added over here. The same preset. I'm going to do the same thing over here. This time I'm going to do is remove this, delete. I'm going to do is make a circle. I'm going to do is hold on a shift. There we go. You select on this, click on fill, go to libraries. I'm going to do is click on sunset. There we go. The last one I'm going to do is keep this, radius a bit circlish, or maybe I'm going to do is apply the star over here. I'm going to do is take this one over here. I'm going to do is change the color. You can also change the color whenever you want. So this was going to be an L. Okay. I'm going to choose this, all of them all together. Select the color, an L. I'm going to do is click on this color over here. I'm going to do is go off the libraries and L, do the same thing over here. Click on this, go off and select an L. This one I'm going to do is put in a star. So I'm going to click on this option, place in a star. There we go. We're good to go. Looks better. Click on that option. I'm going to do is click on fill, go to libraries, and this one is going to be fade, right? So it looks all better and all of them are the same. Now I can make an arc out of this. See, an arc. I'm going to do is make this like this. You can make an oval. This one I can make it into hexagon or maybe a couple more of them. Well, so I'm going to do is keep it 3, 4, 5, 6. You can see how it looks like. I can also make it into a couple more 8. Just reduce the shape. Can see how it looks like. See? Now you can also make other changes over here, 6, 5, and how many you want. And when you go to 60, you will basically see that it will turn into a circle. So you have to keep it a bit short. Okay? Let's say I'm going to keep it on 7 or maybe 5 or 6. Okay? Use whichever one you want. You can do the same thing over here. You can fix out the radius. It's up to you. What I'm going to do is click on this and you can see I can make it into a circle. And you can do the same thing over here. You can fix out wherever you want. Which angle you want. And there we go. You basically have it, right? I'm going to just fix this over here. And you can see all of them applied. I'm going to click on this one and fix on sunset. See sunset over here. I'm going to do is click on this option over here. Click on that option. I'm going to do is go off to libraries. Click on sunset. There we go. All of them has been applied. Now, even if you change this one over here, the pattern will still stay the same because, this is the one which you saved. Not if you change it, it's not going to change, the same as this one. So make sure to use it whenever you want and however you want to. And make sure to, save it up, save your preset. Even if you are fixing your angle, you also have to save that preset by clicking on the color. And then you have to click on plus. Then what you're going to do is fix it on. Let's say I'm going to just click on this option over here, click on variable. You can save it up too. So it's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. So thank you for watching this video up till the end. Hope you understood everything. And let's move on to our next lesson of Figma, where we are going to learn about how we can add photos and also mask them in shapes. Welcome back to another lesson on Figma. In this lesson, we're going to show you how you can use images in your file in Figma. After you open up Figma, now we're going to go off to the community and search for maybe a couple of apps or maybe a kit for our mobile or maybe for your desktop. It's like totally up to you. Now I'm going to be using a mobile one because, it's just a bit more easier. From here, I'll be selecting the one which I want. Let's say I can use this, right? You can use whichever one you want. I'm going to click on open in Figma and it's going to take a bit of time to open it up on my Figma workspace. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is go off to overflow our design so that I can get the pages of this specific, you can see how it works. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is find a link so that I can, select the whichever one I want to change the photo of. Now from here, I'm going to do is go down. Maybe I'm going to use this selected range of, elements or frames. I'm going to do is Control C. I'm going to do is make another file, new design. You can see need more files. We're going to need another one. I'm going to go back to home. I'm going to do is open up my untitled if you can't make up another new one. I'm going to do is add another page. You can see page 3. That is perfect. Do is take it at the bottom, paste it up. You can see all of them has been pasted, and you can see this is how it looks like. Okay. Now, even though a couple of them do not have a background, is because, that specific one is black in color. I'm going to do is you can use whichever color you want to use. You can fix out the color. You can fix out whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to do is select on a specific text, which you can see over here. And you can see a couple of them have the same type of, let's say I'm going to do is zoom out first. You can see a couple of them have, the specific or the same font or same thing applied 2 times. So I'm going to do select on this specific text. I'm going to do press on Control Z. That one is perfect. That was also perfect. This is also perfect, except for this one. Okay. This has been copied 2 times. So I'm going to do zoom in. Do zoom in again. Do delete it once. I'm going to do is keep it right over here. I'm going to do is keep it at the top. Control Z. I'm going to do is select on this auto layout, which you have over here. You can see auto layout vertical. So I'm going to do is click on this specific one, press on delete. There we go. Now it looks a lot more better, because there was 2 of it at the same time. So I'm going to do is select on any one. Let's say you can see this one is over here is 2 times at the same time. Delete. You can see now how it looks like. Keep it over here. There we go. Delete. Can see how it looks like. A lot better. Now the one thing I'm going to do is, as this layout is about how we can apply in photos or use photos, now I'm going to do is you can see there are a couple of photos over here which I can change or customize or modify. Now one thing about this is that first thing you're going to do is zoom in. I'm going to do select on this, go off the fill, go off to this image option, and you can see this is the photo. Now I can change the photo if you want to, but I don't have any photos right now. So I'm going to go off to my web browser and use, or let's say I'm going to go off to my resource file, and then you can apply whichever photo you want. Now what I'm going to do is click on over here, choose image, click on this option. I'm going to do is go off to my desktop where I have my Figma resources. Now here I have my photos, click on open, and you can see that specific photo has been applied. What I'm going to do is remove this specific photo, which I have. I'm going to do is remove it out of here. Press on delete. Just take this one over here. What I'm going to do is click on the specific image, which I have. Just make it visible. Okay. So I'm going to do is take this out right now. Just make sure this is totally visible. You can see it. I'm going to do is click on this option. I wanted to make it 100% visible. So I'm going to do is right click on it and make sure to bring it to the front. You can see it will be like this. But if it's not that visible, I'm going to do is make sure that, this layer isn't that, I'm going to right click on it. So I'm going to go off the effects, or maybe I'm going to click on this pass through layer. Let's say not that. I'm going to just type in 100%. You're going to click on this option over here and paste it where you need it to paste. Okay. So now you know how you'll be able to apply in photos in specific places. I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to first off take this specific thing off, delete this photo off. I'm going to click on that photo over here, click on that image. I'm going to do is choose another image. I'm going to just press on OK, and you can see the photo has been replaced, and this is how it will look like. Now you can do the same thing on other ones, on each and every one you have over here. Let's say I'm going to do is apply in a different color. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to do is first off click on this untitled option over here. I'm going to go off on this one. Let's say I'm going to do is go off to page 3, which I have, or where I have my result. I'm going to do is apply in a new map over here so that I can apply it whenever I want it to. You can see that there is a vast amount of, there's a big photo underneath it, but it's not that visible because, it's underneath it. And we're obviously going to show you how you can embed photos in the next lesson. Okay, but basically this is how you change photos from time to time. You can do the same thing over here. You can take this specific photo or specific one off, delete. You can delete it up. You can select on the specific December 24, which you have over here, and just click on that option, and you can put in another photo. Click on this option over here, click on place image. Now you can select whichever photo you want. Let's say I'm going to use one from my previous, lesson. Let's say this one. I'm going to do is press on open. I'm going to do is you can select our place over here. There we go. We have it. You can see that photo has been applied on that specific area, and it looks quite good, right? You can see how this works. You can place it wherever you want, and there we go. So this is basically how you use an image in, let's say Figma. Now, first thing is that there are a couple of images which you can use, but you have to keep one thing in mind is about the licenses and, let's say copyrights. Now, there are a couple of websites on the internet that you can download photos from, but, I would suggest you not to use whichever one you get. So in this lesson, I'm also going to be showing you where you can get those photos which are royalty free. So let's go off to a web browser. On the screen, you can see that I have opened up my web browser. From here, I'm going to do search in for pixels.com. So this is a royalty-free site where you can download photos and use whichever photo you want. But obviously there is also some licensing because this is also a site, right? When you click on license, you will basically see all about the licenses of this specific site, which we have is Pixels, and what are the privacy, what are the copyrights, and all of those. You can click on license and then go, fiddle with it, maybe look through a couple of agreements and, policies which you can work on or which you can download, and what type of photos you can use on which, for what reason. Okay, you can also click on any specific image and go down, and you can see a couple of the related photos will also appear here. You can directly edit in Canva, like it, collect it, you can download it. You can also see that you can like select any size of the photo. You can also customize the size of the resolution and download the select size of that specific photo. Okay, so it depends up to you how you're going to work with it, where you're going to download it from. Then there are a couple of sites such as Shutterstock and all of those. It requires sign up and all of those, but this site does not need, because this is totally royalty free. And if you use websites such as Shutterstock, well, it's going to be a bit of hassle because they have couple of agreements that you cannot use a couple of photos from there. So I would suggest you to use this, or maybe there is also another site which is called Splash. You can also use that. Let's type in Splash, hit on enter, and you can see this is Unsplash, basically, my bad. So you can also use this Unsplash. So this is also basically royalty free, but there are also a couple of photos which are going to be from Adobe. I would suggest you not to do that. You can see there are a couple of photos which you'll not be able to download. So you can use these two sites to download your photos and apply directly to your Figma so that you can work on with it. Let's say I'm going to do is download one photo from there and apply it directly over here. I'm going to use, let's say I'm going to take this photo. I'm going to just click on download. It's going to take a bit of a time to download it up. You can see say thanks and give a shout out and all of those. We're going to wait a bit of time so that it downloads up, and then I'm going to do is take that photo and apply it directly over on our Figma. Now I'm going to just click on that specific photo which I have. I'm going to just click on this specific photo. I'm going to click on this choose image. I'm going to do is first off go down and find out that photo, click on open, and you can see, you'll basically see that photo will be opened over here. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to use images in Figma. Okay, now another thing is that when you're clicking on this and clicking on image or video, you have to select which photo you want to use, press on open, just like we did on this one, and you will basically see your cursor will turn into a pointer so that you can apply the photo however you want. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this lesson on Figma, on how you'll be able to apply photos in Figma. So let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about masking. Then we're going to learn about other stuff such as cropping and also image plugins. Welcome back to another lesson on Figma. In this lesson, we are going to learn about masking, cropping, and also plugins of images. So let's open up Figma. You can see from here that I have opened up Figma. Now I'm going to do is open up this specific untitled file which I've been using in my previous lessons. Now, just like I said in this lesson, we are going to learn about masking images, cropping them up, and also how we can use image plugins. Now, how do we do that? First off, let's start off with masking. I'm going to do is click on page 2, which I have over here, or maybe page 3. So I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to remove each and every one of them, delete. I'm going to click on layers or maybe frames. I'm going to do is Control C, Control V a couple of times. So I have 4 frames. What I'm going to do is just delete, one of them. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is apply in a couple of shapes. And the second one I'm going to do is Control Z. I'm going to do is just remove this because I don't need that, small. I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around over here. I'm going to click on rectangle. This is what I want. And I'm going to keep one blank. Now, what I'm going to do is mask a photo over here. Then I'm going to do is crop this image onto this specific shape which I have. And on the first one I'm going to do is show you a couple of plugins. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is, we already know after, seeing our previous lesson on how you'll be able to apply or use images, right? Now, what I'm going to do is, first off, apply in a photo, place embed. Now I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to use this photo which I used in my previous lesson. I'm going to do is select on this photo, and there we go, we have it. Now, I'm going to do is, I want this photo to be inside of this specific circle. Now, how do I do that? So if you want to do that, what you're going to do is, first off, I'm going to do is shorten this up a bit so that I can see it. Now, the first thing you're going to do is select both of these shapes. After selecting on both of these shells, you can right click on it. And you can also, use as mask, or you can press on this option over here, which you have. Click on that option and you can see that it is masked. You can select on the image now. You can increase the size from which angle you want, or which, angle you want that photo from. You can see it looks quite good, right? You can see this is basically how you mask that object. Now you can click on it, press on Control G, and now this has turned into a group. You can still double click on it and you can change the image, change how it looks like, change the contrast, change the saturation, change the temperature. You can see it looks quite good. Just change the highlights or maybe increase it a bit and fix the shadow. There we go. You can see the photo looks totally different from how it was, right? Even though it looks quite good. So this is basically how you, mask up images. You can do the same thing over here on this one. Let's take the same photo, click on that option, or maybe I'm going to do is use this photo, do is select on this and make that photo over here. I'm going to do select on both of these elements, click on this option, and there we go, we have it. Increase the size. Even though if you increase the size, it's not going to get out of that shape because this is masked. This exact shape is taking the outline that, except, or let's say outside its boundary, that photo cannot be shown. So now you know how you'll be able to mask out objects. Now before that, or let's say after that, as we're done with mask, let's learn about how we can crop up images. Now when you click on that option, you basically have this option of fill, fit, crop, tile. Now I'm going to do is apply this specific photo again over here. I'm going to click on this option, click on this option and click on place image video. I'm going to click on this option. I'm going to do is apply that photo. Now I want that specific photo to be a bit smaller. I don't want this part. I want this part to be cut out. So I'm going to click on this image option, click on this fill and find out crop. Now you'll basically see these corners. You can like fix them up according to your need. What I'm gonna do is need up till here. I'm gonna need up till here. I'm gonna do is cut this part off. I'm gonna do is press on enter, and there we go. Our photo has been cropped. Now if you wanna fit it up, you can also fit it up. It's up to you. You can double click on it, click on image again, and you can also tile it up if you want to. You can see now there are 2 of them or 4 of them at the same time because it is tiled up, right? You can see 50%. I'm gonna type in 20%, hit on enter, and you can see this is how it will look like. So it's like up to you how you're gonna fill it up or how you're gonna work with it. Now we know how you'll be able to use, masking it up, and also how you can crop up images by using the Figma tools. Now, if you want to use plugins, you can see this option called resources called plugins, right? Nothing tried or saved yet. Now, there are a couple of, plugins which are photo related. You can see iMockup, frame wave, noise, and all of those. But from there, what you're gonna do is, just like I said, we need royalty free, sites. And Unsplash is also turned as a plugin. So you can search in Unsplash. You can see Unsplash is over here. Click on run, and Unsplash will directly run on your, let's say, on your workspace. Okay? So basically that is how you can use image plugins on your workspace while you're working simultaneously on Figma. Now, it's like an extension or an add-in, okay? So you don't have to worry about it, that it might take some extra space or not, but it will just directly apply on your Figma, and you can work on it both at the same time. So you don't have to get out of Figma to your web browser and use Unsplash, okay? So you can just, run Unsplash whenever you want. It's, just like this, okay? Now, let's say I want to use this image, click on that image, and that image will be applied over here. It will take a bit of a time to load that image up, and then you can directly apply that image directly on your frame or your page in Figma. You can see that has been applied. Now I'm going to do is select this photo, choose the image. I'm going to do is, instead of that, I'm going to take this image over here. I'm going to do is delete. I'm going to do is take this image over here. I'm going to do is right click or select on both of them. Click on mask, and there we go, we have it. Do is increase the size. You can see how it looks like. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you can mask up, how you can crop up images, and also about image plugins in Figma. So let's move on to our class projects in this course of Figma UI UX design. Welcome to class project 1 in Figma. The name of our class project is how to use gradients and apply the same preset on another shape. Now, in our description, we have is by using the gradient option, you can make beautiful looking components on your UI. Copying the same preset you used on a component is also very important. Now, let's see the couple of steps we have to do in this class project. We're going to do is open up Figma. We're going to open up a new file. We're going to make a triangle shape. And then we're going to do is apply gradients with 3 colors on the triangle shape. And then we're going to do is make a preset of the color from the triangle and apply it on the circle. Okay. So in our outcome, learning how to use gradients helps you to make your UI look attractive. And if the other components are different, it doesn't look that good. Therefore, the library in Figma helps you to save them and use it as a resource. So let's open up Figma and see how this will work. Now I'm going to do is follow the first step. I'm going to open up a new file. You can see it over here that I already have my new file on my first, page or the first interface. Now, what we're going to do is obviously make a frame before putting in my triangle, which I'm going to be using. I'm going to Control C, Control V so that I have 2 frames at the same time. Now, just like I said, I'm going to be using a shape over here by following the step. Now, I'm going to be doing is making in a triangle, which is a polygon. Over here, I'm going to do is make the triangle. There we go. We have it. And what I'm going to do is apply in gradients. So I'm going to click on this option, click on fill, click on gradients, and there we go. I'm going to apply another one. There we go. I'm gonna do is click on this one first. I'm gonna do is make it red. Second one should be a bit yellowish, and the third one should be a bit bluish. Just make it a bit more visible. Looks better. You can increase it over here. I'm gonna do is make sure it is cornered like this. Okay. Now, as we have our preset ready, or our gradient has been applied, we're gonna do is save it up. So I'm gonna click on this over here, click on style. I'm gonna do is type in convo. Create the style. There we go. We're going to use this linear option, which we are using over here. And then on this next frame, I'm going to do is click on over here, click on ellipse, which is going to be our circle. There we go. We have it. Now, this is the last step. We're going to do is use the same preset over here on the circle. So I'm going to click on this, click on fill libraries, and I have convo over here. And there we go. We have the same preset applied on the circle too. Now I can change this over here. Okay, I'm going to click on this. You can change the linear, or maybe I'm going to click on linear. Maybe I want to use the same thing, but I want radial. You can try angular if you want to. You can also try diamond, but I'm going to do is use angular this time. So I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to do is select on this color option, which I have. Click on this option. I'm gonna do is take the circle over here, just take it at the center. There we go. I'm gonna do is take this over here so it is a perfect circle. Then I'm gonna do is make sure the blue is over here, this is over here, and this one stays over here. Okay, so we have all the colors and it looks quite good. I'm gonna do the same thing over here, select on the specific item. I'm gonna click on this and I'm gonna do is fix this up, keep it at the center. There we go. Better. Keep it over here. There we go. Looks quite good. So after you're done with this, what you're gonna do is make sure to save this whole thing up, or you can share it up, and you can also take screenshots and make sure to upload it in our project panel so that we can see it. And if you didn't understand a part, and if you have any questions about it, please let us know and we'll guide you through the whole process. Now, let's move on to our next class project of Figma. Welcome back to class project 2 on Figma. The name of this class project is how to prototype and use smart animation. Well, we have attached in a description and also an outcome. So in our description, we have is by using the prototype feature, you can link pages from one to another. It works the same way as hyperlinks, but on components and even text. Smart animation makes the transition of pages, or the transition look smooth. Now let's go to our steps. On our first step, we're gonna open up Figma. Then we're gonna do is open up a new file. In our third step, we're gonna make a rectangular button in a frame. In step 4, we're gonna make another frame and apply some content in it. In step 5, we're gonna prototype the button with the other frame with component and animate it. So the outcome is learning how to use prototype helps you to link up pages or links. It is like a connection of frames when you put the command on a specific UI. The smart animation makes the transition from one frame to another smoother. So let's open up Figma and start off with our class project. And after the class project is done, or after you're done, make sure to upload it to our project panel. After you can take, a screenshot of your work, or maybe save that work or share that work with us. And we'll obviously be happy to see them. And you should do it because we will help you through this class project. Okay. So even if you have any question after this class project, please let us know and we will help you through the whole process. You can see that I have opened up Figma. I'm going to do is open up a design file or a new design file. I'm going to click on Oni's team. There we go. Then I'm gonna do is first off in a frame, I'm gonna do is make a rectangular button, right? Click on that. I'm gonna do is first off, I'm gonna change this color into maybe a bit like this, or maybe, you know, a bit bluish. There we go. Looks better. Then I'm gonna do is make a rectangular button. I'm gonna click on over here. Let's say I'm gonna do is put in a bit of text too, so that I can use it. Click here. I'm gonna do select this text. What I'm gonna do is make it center aligned, keep it auto height, and there we go. We have it. Then I'm gonna do is make sure that specific text is at the center. I'm gonna do is make sure to select both of them and Control G. It has turned into a shape. Now I'm gonna do is, as we have a rectangular button over here, I'm gonna do is make another frame. I'm gonna click on over here. I'm gonna do is make another frame. There we go. I'm gonna select on this. I'm gonna click on this color option, and I'm gonna do is change the color a bit like this. Totally fine. Then I'm gonna do is apply in a couple of components, right? Just like I said, I'm gonna do is use maybe a photo. Let's say I'm gonna use one photo from our previous lesson on this course. Maybe I'm gonna do is apply in the specific photo which I have. But let's say I'm gonna discard this. I'm gonna do is do a bit of, you know, a bit customization, but this is totally optional. So it's like totally up to you if you're gonna do it or not. But I want to do it because I just want to make it a bit better, looking a bit better. I'm gonna press on OK, open it up. What I'm gonna do is make sure to use it. Click on both of these elements. I'm gonna mask it up. There we go. Now I'm gonna do select on this frame 2, which I have. And if you want to select the frame, make sure to hold on the control, and you'll be able to select frames. But if you select on like this, you will not be able to select in frames. Click on Alt, and there we go. I'm gonna do is click on Alt. I'm gonna do is change the color maybe into something like this. Okay. I'm gonna do is fix out the transparency, or maybe full transparency. It's up to me. Then I'm gonna do is obviously I'm gonna do is make sure that this one is connected to this one. I'm gonna do is prototype it. Now I'm gonna click on prototype. Select on this. There we go. We have it. Now, just like I said, even though this is prototype, I'm gonna do is get a preview first. Now this one I'm gonna do is get a preview. Now it's gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for a bit so that I can see how it works. Then I'm gonna do is click on this, you know, button and see if it has been prototyped well. You can see it is perfectly done. Then I'm gonna do the same thing over here. I'm gonna do is click on this option over here. I'm gonna do is make another ellipse tool. Then I'm gonna do is click on this shape, and then I'm gonna click on arrow. Control Z. Click on this. Control Z. I'm gonna click on maybe, let's just make a line. I'm gonna do is go off the design. Maybe I'm gonna do is change the color a bit first. I'm gonna do is right click on it and bring to front. Do is I'm gonna remove it and see if it works. Okay, if it doesn't, I'm gonna do is make that shape over here on this ellipse over here. Okay, now it is working like this, but I don't want it to mask, so I'm gonna do is click on this option over here, and there we go. Right click on it, and I'm gonna do is bring to front. Maybe use this mask. Right click on it. I'm gonna do is click on this option over here. There we go. Now I'm gonna do is click on this prototype, and it will take me back. Okay. Now I'm gonna do is see the preview. See, this is how it will work. Now I'm going to do is apply in smooth animates. I'm going to click on this first, or I'm going to click on instance, smart animates. I'm going to type in 800 so it is smoother. Now I want it on click, so I'm going to keep it on click. Do the same thing over here. Click on this option, click on smart animates, type in 800. There we go. And we're basically done. Now we're going to get a preview. I'm going to click on over here. Make sure to select on preview. Just click on here. You can see how smooth it is. You can see how it works. Right? It works really well. You can also get in presentation mode. Now you can see the whole thing in presentation, but this doesn't work over here. Now you can also see how the prototype works. Okay? So I've already give you a lesson on the difference about, the present and preview. But one thing is that even if you apply the prototypes and apply the animations and all of those, it will still be visible. So you don't have to worry about, going through different ones, and seeing it. You always have to see on preview. It's not that, okay? So you can also see the same things on, your presentation or present. You can see there is also this keyboard shortcut which you can work on with it, and basically there are other stuffs too. Okay, so we followed all the steps, and also we've made our animation, and also about how we can prototype. So hope you learned everything, and after you're done, make sure to maybe select or press, or maybe take a screenshot or share this file with us in our project panel so that we can see it. And if you have any question, or maybe if you fell into some hassle or it doesn't work, please let us know and we'll guide you through the whole process. And I want to thank you again for staying with us or watching these videos from the beginning to the end. So I want to thank you all, and stay well, and see you in my next course.